having trouble, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. If you have trouble on a run, you do exactly what Dan Young just did. You pull right over to the side and shut it off. And I don't see any fluid from here, but obviously something was not right in the car and he didn't like it, so he pulled over and stopped. Clint Wilson went 693 at 97 miles an hour on the Nova, and he completed the run. So we're going to be down for just a minute while we double check the top end and see what's going on. Dan Young might have just felt something vibrate in the car and didn't like it, so he pulled over to double check. And as of right now, don't see anything. So we'll be on hold here for just a minute while we check it out, make sure everything is A-okay. It looks like Young's going to hop back in the car. So Dan Young has started his car back up and is driving off the top end of the racetrack, so thankfully no parts breakage. So all drivers, please make sure you stay with your vehicles and stay loaded up. We will not be down very long here, as thankfully Dan Young did not have any issues and he is driving it off the top end of the racetrack. Hopefully he can take a quick glance at the car and be ready for round number one. Once again, Pro ET, if you're at the back of the lanes, overflow to lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro ET, overflow can go to lanes 5 and 6. Pro ET, lanes 5 and 6, please. Do not block the rear of the lane so Super Pro can get around. Also, Pro ET, please keep the lane tight. We see some gaps happening at the rear. Please make sure you pull up. Pro ET, please make sure you pull up. So Pro ET drivers, please use lanes 5 and 6 for the overflow. Pro ET, use 5 and 6 for overflow, please. Clear. We're going to go back to racing action. Here comes our next pair. A pair of teammates, Bob Hogston and John Rollerson, both out of the McLean Motorsports camp. Hogston, the big block power 1990 Chevy pickup truck on Lucas Oil's side. And John Rollerson, the turbocharged Coyote swapped 2008 model Mustang. Now there's not a 19 in it. I'm just so used to saying 19 on a lot of classic cars here. Rollerson just missing a perfect reaction time by 0.03 of a second. Bob Hogston also turns on the red light. 6:39 with a 9 at the end of it. 108 miles an hour for Hogston. Rollerson goes 670 at 103. Let's bring up the wheel stand Camaro, Travis Marchand. Big block power at 69 Camaro on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. We'll stage up an S550 Mustang GT on Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Don't have any driver information on that car as of yet. .593 at 114 for Marchand. 839 at 86 miles an hour for the Mustang driver left side. I'll bring up the Reverend Phil Green left-hand side. The small block power at 68 Camaro. Multi-time class champion here at Gainesville. We'll stage up against the Olds Cutlass on Budweiser side of the racetrack. Once again, Pro ET drivers, please use lanes 5 and 6 for overflow. Pro ET drivers, use lanes 5 and 6 for overflow. Pro ET drivers, use lanes 5 and 6 for overflow. Phil Green on an 018 green light. The Olds Cutlass lights it up on the red side. Phil puts a 652 and 103 on the board. 743.93 miles an hour for the Oldsmobile right-hand side. Pair of Mustangs will hit the starting line next. Alan Hill, 1987 Mustang GT, Budweiser side of the racetrack. He'll stage up against Raggedy Andy Lindsay, the 1998 Mustang out of Alachua, Florida. Blue side of the racetrack. Time, and this is by 1,000th of a second. 6:99 for him, 7:05 for Allen Hill as they stay side by side going down Gainesville's all-concrete quarter mile. John Dwayne and Jeff Copeland will stage up next. Copeland out of Jacksonville, Florida, the 1967 Camaro, the orange car on the Budweiser side. John Dwayne, the wheel standing small 194 Camaro on Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Multi-time winner here at Gainesville showing he's coming to play 6:16 at 109, 6:23 at 109 for Jeff Copeland, right-hand side, but a 001 light for John Dwayne. He's in the lead right now for the wait-and-see fire run for round number 1. The only way you're going to get around that is a 000. Our next pair coming up, Chad King and Leo Tadaro. Tadaro, the wheel standing Chevy van on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Chad King, the Gainesville Florida Base 94 Firebird Trans Am on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. An 023 green light for King, an 025 red light for Leah Tadaro. They cross the stripe almost at the same time. 749 for Tadaro, 745 for Chad King.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to work out some logistic things, try to make that other picture a little clearer than what it is right now. Yeah, it's just a trial and error type thing that's going on. We got some big races coming up here, and we're trying to work all those issues out before we get to that point.
Keith Collins and George Emanuel, pair of nose went down the racetrack. 768 for George Emanuel, 582 for Keith Collins in the KC Automotive ride. Glenn Guthrie and Jeffrey Thomas will come up next. Thomas in the Grand Prix at right-hand side of the racetrack. Glenn Guthrie, the Chevy-powered Mazda RX-7 on Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Both out on green light reaction times. Guthrie on the better tree, and we'll get there first. 637 at 106, 735, 91 miles an hour for Thomas's entry. Max Porter, he's already picked up a win here at Gainesville this year with his 1985 S10 pick-em-up truck out of Georgia. We'll stage up left-hand side, right-hand side, Dan Schindlerbauer out of Jacksonville, Florida, the 1971 Dodge Demon. We'll stage up opposite right-hand side. Green light, 627 for the pick-em-up truck, 747 for Schindlerbauer after he turned it a little bit red. And by little, I mean a lot. Jerry Gilder and Richard Lindsay will come to the starting line next. Lindsay out of retirement, the 96 Mustang right-hand side, and Jerry Gilder Consistent operator here at Gainesville, 74 Chevy Vega, Lucas Oil side. Both of them turn the red light on. Yeah, get it out of the way now, not during first round eliminations. I believe Mitchell would agree with me on that. Get the red lights out early. 655 in both lanes. How about that? A pair of 655 time slips. Lindsay getting the better of it by 1,000th of a second, but he had the worst red light, so I guess it's a wash. Russell Morris coming up next. The old Cutlass, Budweiser side of the racetrack. And no, not PJ Gatlin. This is Jeff Gatlin. I believe he even wrote "not" next to PJ's name. Driving the, sometimes I'm holding 410s, sometimes I'm not. 04 GTO, a nice 10 green light for Jeff Gatlin jumping in the seat. 863 at 81 miles an hour for him. Morris goes 725 at 93 miles an hour. And Mike Gaffney coming up next. Gaffney, the AMC left-hand side. Kevin Roberts, the 69 Camaro right side. Both of them going after the tree. Double agree green light for Gaffney. Roberts is 11 green and goes 752 at 93 miles an hour. 699 for Mike Gaffney after the 3 thou heartbreaker. Truck, Budweiser side of the racetrack, and Alexa Gatlin. The owner of Jeff Gatlin's daughters, the very well storied 1969 Camaro, and the tree fell before she was able to get deep. So Kenny Hires going 815 at 91 miles an hour after some traction issues. Final call for Pro ET. Final call for Pro ET. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Final call, Pro ET. Final call, Pro ET. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Once again, I need Super Pro. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Alexa goes 777s at 87 miles an hour. We're going to go back to pairs with Joe Colhutto and Scott DeLeon. Couple wheel stand and hot rods coming to the starting line right here, both representing their brand. Joe Hutto, the 1970 Ford Maverick out of Jessup, Georgia. Small block Ford powered, Budweiser side. Scott DeLeon, the 1980 model Malibu, small block Chevy power plant. He made it to the late rounds in Sportsman at our last bracket race. He'll stage up out of Bellevue, Florida on the left-hand side. The starting line on green lights within 1,000th of each other. DeLeon out front, 677 to 99 miles an hour, 701 to 97 for Joe Colhutto. Now I'll bring up the senior Hutto out of the Hutto Racing Camp. This is Donnie Hutto. This is a 1970 model Mercury. This is the classier version of the Ford Maverick. He's staging up small block Ford power on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Left-hand side is Bart Pangillion. Bart Will and Greg Turner's Chevy Camaro on the Lucas Oil side, as he has done all season long in Pro ET. Donnie Hutto turns it red. 013 green for Bart. They will stay glued together. 694 for Hutto, 688 for Pangillion. Marcus Cruz coming up next. The four-door Dodge Charger on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. He will stage up against the beautiful 57 Chevy of Darren Stutz. Stutz out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, big block Chevy power, 1957. Both on a little late off the starting line, but green light reaction times in both lanes. Stutz will get there first, 6:04, 1:15. Marcus goes 8:92 and 81 miles an hour.
It's blurry, David.
Once again, final call for Pro ET. Final call for Pro ET. This is my final call for Super Pro Motorcycle. Final call, Super Pro Motorcycle. Lane number 7, please. Final call, Super Pro Motorcycle. Lane number 7, please. I also need Super Pro. Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro. Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro. Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, please.
David, let me see the next pair of cars that run down, and let's see if how good the picture is.
Am I lined up or do I need to turn it?
You're pretty good right there.
Okay.
Turn it just a little bit so you capture the other side of the tree.
Alright, tell me, is that that way or the other way?
Turn the whole thing. That way you don't have the halo in your way. Yeah, like that. And let's see how that looks.
Alright.
Alright, we're down here for just a minute while we do a little bit of starting line cleanup, and we'll be right back at it here in just a minute.
Try to see if you can get that halo out just a little bit more. It's still in the picture.
Okay. If I need to turn it some more, let me know.
Just adjust the phone from the halo.
Alright, I'm gonna leave it right there for a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, while they do a cleanup on the track, we want to thank a couple of our media partners that helps us with all of our needs. So our first media partner is Miracle Automotive and Towing. Hey, don't pray for a miracle. If you're having car problems, pick up the telephone and call Miracle Automotive and Towing in Stark and Baker County. Also, on the spot lawn maintenance. Full service lawn care for you at 904-966-1633. And of course, our last sponsor that we don't want to forget about is going to be Harry Business, located in Stark, Florida. All right, we're back. Let me get rid of that banner right there. They're doing a little bit of track prep on the track right this moment. We will get back to first round of qualifying runs. Looks like we got a pair in the water box right now.
Simpson coming up next. Simpson, former Sportsman track champion, the 1970-mile small block Nova on Budweiser side. Travis Logan, the wheel standing third-gen Camaro. Primer black for his finish of choice on the left-hand side. Couple of good green light reaction time. Logan with the better one, 0:14, green 06:32, 106. 763 and 88 miles an hour for Robert Simpson. Then opening up that B-Mobile, Chris Knapp, the Vegas station wagon coming left-hand side, and he will face a beautiful Chevrolet pickup truck right-hand side. Don't have any driver information on that one as of yet.
David, that's better.
What is it low like, Mitchell?
It's a little better. Come on back to the tower.
How? Is it blurry?
It's a little better. Come back to the tower and check it out.
Alright.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we're working out some logistics and stuff with our cameras and try to get some different angles on the track.
Brendan George in Juicy. The 92 Mustang coming up left-hand side. 007 reaction time for Big Juicy. Jason starts in his Mustang right-hand side. 633 and 107 for Brendan George. Evans goes 698, 97 miles an hour. Super Pro Motorcycle. Start suiting up, please. Super Pro Motorcycle. Start suiting up, please. We will run you next. Final call for Super Pro Car. Lanes of 1 and 2. Super Gas, we will call you as soon as we get Super Pro Car done with their first time session. Couple of drivers not on file as of yet. We've got a back half S10 pickup truck left-hand side and a 1978 to 81 model Malibu on the right-hand side. They will stage up here in our next battle. Clean and green off the starting line, 605 and 112 for the S-Dime. 761 and 90 miles an hour for the Malibu right-hand side. Now we're going to David Smith, the Coyote swapped SN95. On the left side of the racetrack in the 1968 Chevy Nova. Coming up right-hand side. Wilson in the Nova going 699, 97 miles an hour. David Smith going 753. Mark Horton, who has already picked up a victory in Pro ET this year, the high gear only. Third gen Camaro out of Callahan, Florida, left-hand side. Right-hand side, the beautiful 1967 model Camaro of Bug McCarty. I'm not sure if he is driving, but normally this car good for wheels up action. We'll see how he does here. And I'm going to guess that is not Bud McCarty based on being 80. 614 and 112 for the Camaro right side. 673 and 108 for high gear only Mark Horton left-hand side. How about Gage Birch? This is the $525,000 man. Yeah, he won SFG's $500,000 race a couple years ago. First man to do it. Flew up and jumped in Matt Davis's pick-em-up truck and was the last man standing. This well-storied Mustang, right-hand side, he has driven for quite a while, the former BJ Bianchi ride. He will stage up against Ann Knapp, another former Bradenton racer who was transferred up here to Gainesville. Knapp had no trans brake, and she looked like she let go as soon as the tree was activated. 20 green for Gage Birch, and goes 633 in the Mustang. And that will bring up our final Pro ET driver. This is Ryan Norton. Guy who was leading the points here for quite a while. He doubles up between Super Pro and Pro. This is an LS Power 2000 model S10 pickup truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see that there's two cameras operating. We will not operate them all day. We're just trying some stuff out, like I said, for the bigger races that are coming this year and trying to work those logistics out. And once we do, we will probably carry that on next year for the bracket races here at Gainesville Raceway. We have sit down, talked about it, and we are going to continue airing the live stream from Gainesville Raceway for all of the ET point bracket races.
All right, we're going to roll into Allen Speed Machine Shop Super Pro Motorcycle for round number 1 of time runs for them. Once again, final call for Super Pro. Super Pro car, lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro. Super Pro car, lanes 1 and 2. I need Sportsman Eliminator. Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman Eliminator. Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. Couple Gainesville Raceway is going to kick us off here at Super Pro Motorcycle. Dwayne Leachman, man who picked up King of the Track. Yeah, the Wally that everybody wants and only a few will attain. The Wildwood, Florida makes Kawasaki left-hand side. He will stage up against Jeremy Scrappy Davis out of Palm Coast, Florida. He's riding the Suzuki on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Super Pro Motorcycle will go to the 1/8 of a mile. Better reaction time of the 2 green lights go on the Leachman left-hand side, 570, 121 miles an hour with some change, 825 and 84 for Scrappy Jeremy Davis. Once again, final call, Super Pro car. Super Pro car, lanes 1 and 2. Final call, Super Pro car, lanes 1 and 2. I need Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. Once again, make sure you check out On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. They have just showed me that they now have 2 camera angles. We are now shooting from the tower, and we're also shooting from the starting line. So yeah, we got 2 views to check out. Larry Berger making his way down the left-hand side in his speed ride 842 at 93 miles an hour after no 46 green light. Once again, Super Gas Association, you are on standby. I'm going to call you to the lanes as soon as I get Super Pro taken care of for their first time run. Super Gas Association, you will get 2 time shots. So for anybody that is interested in double entering between, say, Pro ET and Super Gas or Super Pro and Super Gas Association will get 2 time runs. So if you miss the first one, you can still buy in and get in on the second one, which will happen during first round eliminations for everybody else. And there are buybacks for first round of every class, including Super Gas Association. Mike Lakowski and John Upthegrove are next pair to hit the starting line. Suzuki on one side, Kawasaki on the other. Upthegrove at Keystone Heights. Right on the Kawasaki, the Suzuki out of Fleming Island, Florida, left-hand side. How about a 006 reaction time for John Upthegrove? Just 0.6 of a second away from perfect as he wheels the Kawasaki to 586 at 125. 559 and 121 for Lakowski. And our final bike to go down the racetrack in round number 1 of Time Run Super Pro Motorcycle. This is Tim Hunt out of Boynton Beach, Florida. Yeah, that's quite a way south. 2000 model Kawasaki. He will make a solo shot down the right-hand side. We'll do a little bit of racetrack fluff and buff. An 029 green light for Tim Hunt. He'll muscle that bike down the right side, 579, 120 miles an hour for him. And Corey will touch up the left-hand side of the racetrack a little bit. in the Dodge Dart out of Inverness, right-hand side of the racetrack. Bruce Gurton, the beautiful purple 1979 Fairmont Big Block Chevy for power, staging up left-hand side of the racetrack. Once again, as before, best green light reaction time. We'll get the wait and see by run for round number 1 here. Zaremba, do a little bit of hopping on the right-hand side. 009, green light for Gurton and goes 599 to 116, 799 as Lee Zaremba lets out of the gas. Model Nova, Budweiser side of the racetrack, left-hand side, the dragster. Don't have any information on that driver as of yet. We're still getting tech cards entered up here. For the dragster, Ken Grant having some trouble and rolls to a 13-second time. His new dragster as he has gotten everything completed and his licensing run's done, and the rest of the High House family standing there watching their son stage up Budweiser side, left-hand side, another dragster. No information on that driver as of yet.
We'll run after these. And then we'll kill that camera. Just run all these.
Double 08 red, left side making quick work of the racetrack. 451, 152 miles an hour, 103, 60 foot. Yeah, that's getting with the business. 543 at 127 for High House after an 033 green light. Mark Daniels and Victor Adams will stage up next. Victor Adams, the 1989 Pontiac Firebirds, Farmlock Chevy power plant. Lucas side of the racetrack. Mark Daniels stage up the boiler-equipped dragster out of Jacksonville, Florida on the right-hand side. Victor Adams went for the trans brake and did not find anything. Daniels with another 32 green light goes 505 at 137. And Victor Adams will try to find out if it can be fixed before round number 1. How about Joe Pinkston and Big John Rollins? Winner of the most recent Pro ET race here at Gainesville, John Rollins, the small tire SP2 headed, small block Chevy powered. Nova on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and also small block power plant of choice, left-hand side for Joe Pinkston. 97.34, 94 miles an hour for Pinkston Rollins. Clock's a trip zip. Up in the all-purple 1967 model Camaro left-hand side, and Jamie Kelly, little NASCAR small block 1986 Daytona on the right-hand side. How about a 000 reaction time for the second pair, and Jamie Kelly will get nothing from it. 662 at 115. You want to talk about a heartbreak? How about going 000 reaction time, second time in a row, and no buy run? Thanks for playing. John Rollins does it first, then Jamie Kelly does it second, and no good for the second one. Swellinger having some trouble off the starting line in the Camaro after he turned it a little bit red, and he will coast through the finish line. So we wait for the top end of the racetrack to clear, and we'll get back underway. Starting line, Mike Fiddler. The black Mopar left side, 007 reaction time. The convertible Camaro Roadster. Right hand side, 517, 135. 651, 104 for Mike Fiddler out of Summerfield. We'll bring up Joe Shiver, a little small tired 68 model Camaro. Shiver, a regular out here at Gainesville. Used to be out of Seattle, ironically, where the NHRA Professional Tour is this weekend. He and I were talking earlier this morning. He brought up Dallas Glenn, the sportsman turned pro stock driver. And he said give a shout out to him. So shout out Dallas Glenn. If by some chance you happen to see On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers and our streaming coverage out here, just know that Joe Shiver, former Seattle resident, I want you to know that he's pulling for you out there. We're forming the third station of the dragster left-hand side out of Orange Park, Florida. Both of them turn it red, 005 for the dragster, 021 for Shiver. And when I say those numbers, that's how far away they are from green. Dragster goes 507 at 136, 696 at 103 for Joe Shiver. How about the tortured path car of Tommy Campbell? The big block power third gen Camaro coming up right-hand side of the racetrack, and Brett Farnham. Orange Park, Florida-based 2005 Race Tech dragster, big block Chevy powered. Farnham racing this dragster in the top dragster class, as well as participating in brackets when his schedule allows. small block Chevy power plant on the right side. Double red light for Boss Wyman. Releasing the trans brake button a little later than he probably would have wanted. 585, 118 for Bossy. 595, 113 for Wyman. How about Debbie Young and Daniel Young? Mother versus son. Even though I believe Michael Hart is wheeling the hot rod on the left-hand side, Debbie Young's Mustang, the Lucas Oil sponsorship in the Lucas Oil lane, and Daniel Young out of Palmer, Florida, the 1996 model Firebird, small block Chevy power plant, this time on the Budweiser side. Early, 641 at 105 for Dan Young, 620 at 110 for Michael Hart. I'll bring up our next pair of door car versus dragster. How about Barry Jones? No, I don't believe that is Barry Jones' right-hand side. Driver not on file, right-hand side. They get around. They've had more runs than anybody here today. Victor Burns will stage up the 1970 mile in the weeds CUDA on Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, based out of Largo, Florida. All right, attention super gas competitors. Attention super gas competitors. We will call you the lanes here in just a little bit. If you do not get a win light in round number 1, buybacks are available on first floor of the tower. Victor Burns, the better reaction time. Dragster will get around and into the finish line first. 5:39 at 128, 664, 103 for Victor Burns. Little Corvette roadster action coming up next. Larry Strickland at Oxford, Florida, the chassis builder. Coming up right hand side, and Lou Galley, the holder of the Duckin Super Pro, Lake City, Florida based, the 1976 model Camaro. This is Terry Petrie's ride. Lou Galley goes 676 at 100 miles an hour, 657 117 for Strickland's convertible entry. Well, Tom Heath coming up next, the 1987 model Mustang Notchback, left-hand side of the racetrack out of St. Augustine, Florida. And Buddy Goldbeat, the all-sit tied 1991 S10 out of Gainesville, small block Chevy power plant, right-hand side. At 103 for Buddy Goolsby, 663 at 102 for Tom Heath, left side. Racetrack Barbera, 686, 99 miles an hour in the Nova. 710 and 95 miles an hour for Little Mustang 2, Bruce Rue. How about Derek Vasquez, current defending Gainesville track champion and Super Pro Eliminator, the all-fiberglass S10 pickup truck, big block Chevy power plant. G&D Hydro Dipping backing his efforts, and Mike Patrician, beautiful 1964 Chevy Nova, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. He will provide competition on this round. Super Pro competitors, we have 2 0-0 reaction times, so the round 1 wait and see buy run is already been determined. That will go to John Rollins if there is an odd number. Once again, straight bike, I need you to the lanes, please. Street bike, I need you to the lanes, please. Couple good green light reaction times, 022 for Matriz and 013 for Vasquez, 556 and 126 for Vasquez, 660 and 103 for Mike Matrison. How about Mike Ming? Primer Black S10 pick 'em up truck, Budweiser side of the racetrack, and Randy Root, the 1971 Pinto. So Bruce Root's got the Mustang 2 covered, and Randy Root's got the Pinto route covered. The compact cars of the 70s out of Ford, they got the market cornered on that. Both of them using Chevy power plants to provide motivation. An 019 green light for Root, 025 green for Mike Ming. And Ming will get there to run 719, 94 miles an hour, 670 and 99 miles an hour for Randy Root. Vic Singer Jr. Summerfield, Florida-based Monza. Yeah, this thing is wearing a old school paint job, probably because it's still wearing the old school paint job. Yeah, this is back when the old days of super gas and super street racing, when finding the light car was possible, and then everybody started going to stretch wheelbases. But it's still nice to see some of the old Monzas in Vegas out there being exercised on racetracks far and wide. Craig Spell, the 1986 Big Block Power S10 pick 'em up truck. Right-hand side of the racetrack. A 001 reaction time for Big Singer. Good on paper, but not good enough to get him to the by-run lane. 646 at 106. 641 at 106 on the same mile an hour. Craig Spell after an 027 green light. How about Gary Vasquez? The senior in the Vasquez family, now wheeling Rico Suave's dragster when he made the move to the door car. And Alexa Gatlin, driving her grandfather's storied 1969 Camaro. Jeff Gatlin did quite well in this car, as did his father, Dave Gatlin. Kicked my butt quite a few times in this car, and then Jeff Gatlin took over the controls until his daughters got to be in the age, and Alexa decided she liked this car and has done quite well with it so far on the deep stage setup. Gary Vasquez, the 2014 Miller chassis dragster, big block Chevy power. Was a 003 green light and rolls to a 562, 776 for Alexa Gatlin. John Wayne coming up next, left-hand side, the full-size Chevy, little S10 truck on the right-hand side. No driver information on that one as of yet. 001 tree, showing they're coming to play right-hand side. 660 at 103. 692, 97 miles an hour left-hand side for John Twain. Now, the most recent winner here in Gainesville Super Pro, 1933 Ford Street Roadster. Big block Chevy Powell right-hand side. A little Chevy Nova staging up left-hand side. With a 003 green light, 536, 129, 621 at 114, left-hand side. Ladies and gentlemen, we are rescinding the air conditioning call. Thankfully, we had a couple racers come up and inquire about it, so we are good to go. All right, attention in the pits, Super Gas Association. I have not called you to the lanes yet. Apparently, we've already had a couple of you come to the lane, so I have not called you yet. If you are running with Super Pro, that's fine, but if you are coming up to run Super Gas, we have not called you yet. Lauren Edwards goes 556 at 123 in the dragster. Super Gas Association yet. You are in that class only. Please stay in the pits. I am running Super Pro only at the moment. 548 at 123 right side. A coasting 869 left hand side after a 002 reaction time. Staged up and ready to go. Ryan Norton, green light on the S10 truck left side, red light on the left side for the and gentlemen, Corey running out of gas, Galletti left-hand side, and Bud McCarty's 1967 Camaro. Yeah, the guy who's picked up big money wins now out here at Gainesville, seeing what he can do. We'll line up against Junior Bunner. Actually, this is Trey Bunner, right-hand side of the dragster. Big wheels up launch there for Corey on no 27 tree. Bunner will get around him, 490, 140 miles an hour, 604, 112 for the wheel-standing Camaro. This is Junior Bunner, coming up right-hand side. James Bunner Jr., but they just call him Junior Bunner. And then Trey Bunner, the third in the Junior Bunner series, they call him Trey. Junior Bunner coming up right-hand side, the third-gen Camaro, and staging up against the big juicy Mustang. This is Mike Crook out of Orlando, Florida at the wheel, behind Brendan George's Mustang. He will stage up left-hand side. 644 to 106 for Mike Crook. 576, 122 for Junior Bunner. Travis Logan, 1987 model Camaro coming up left-hand side. And Glenn Newmans, trading in his wheel-standing S10 pick-em-up truck for the LS-powered Vega station wagon. He took this car all the way to the final round of our last bracket race and came up just a tad short in the final round. But he said not having to wear all the monkey gear is a welcome relief. So the little LS-powered Vega station wagon, right-hand side. The small block Chevrolet Camaro from Travis Logan. Logan comes off the starting line and immediately goes right with the wheels in the air and wisely backs off the throttle. 003 green light for Newmans, 749 at 92 miles an hour. Recently picked up a win at Orlando Speed World, the dragster on the left-hand side. Darren Stutz, Little Willie's out of Green Cove Springs, Florida on the right-hand side. 006 tree and 491 out of the dragster. Darren Stubbs having trouble with the wheelies. We'll push him back off the starting line. Dave Birch coming up for a solo shot left-hand side. Dave Birch doing it off the foot on the top, 004 reaction time. And 6:33, just what he ran in Pro ET, showing why Dave Birch is one of the stellar competitors out here. Todd Hosting coming up next, left-hand side, the supercharged small block Chevrolet aboard the dragster at Hosting Racing with his dad standing alongside. Attention to the bits, I need super gas. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas Association for your first time run, lanes 1 and 2. Bring them on down. Super gas. Tree for Todd Hosting. Jesus goes 693 and 99 in the S10. George in short bus, 10 tree, 492, 139 miles an hour, right-hand side, the Mullis dragster. Mike Bonaccio, 20 on the tree, 519 for him, left-hand side at 132. Let's bring up Mike Gaffney, the AMC. Yeah, this is the only car that was ever designed originally on an airplane barf bag. The 77 Gremlin. Once again, I need Super Gas Association. Super Gas Association, lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas. Super Gas. First time run, lanes 1 and 2, and each and out. Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Gaffney goes 698 in the AMC. And it looks like we have 1 or 2 vehicles left. And then we will slide on over to Street Bike. So Street Bike, you are up next. right-hand side of the racetrack. We have 2 vehicles left, and then we will go to street bike. Once again, Super Gas Association. Super Gas Association, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. I need you for your first time run, please. Super Gas. Super Gas, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Need you to the lanes, please. Final call for Sportsman. Sportsman, I need you to the lanes, please. Got a single pass here for Richard White, the classic Pontiac. Going down right-hand side of the racetrack, 931, 132 miles an hour. So Darren Studd's appealing to get everything fixed and has brought the Willies back up for a single pass to get us wrapped up here, as we have a few vehicles left for Super Pro. Once again, street bike, you should be in the lanes. Street bike, you should be in the lanes. Once again, I need Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. And Darren moving around a little bit on the right-hand side, the short wheelbase Willies will coast through the finish line. again, I need super gas. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2. We got a couple of single passes coming up here before we go to street bike. Once again, super gas. Super gas. We need you. Super gas. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Final call for sportsmen. Final call, sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6. Again, sportsman eliminator. After this run, please go back to your pits, as we will need the space for Pro ET. So sportsmen, please stay in your pit area after this run, as we will need your lanes for Pro ET round number 1. 11:19 to 1:29 for the Toyota Supra. Here comes Houston McClain. Single turbo, 2014 model Mustang out of McLean Motorsports. Junior dragsters, I need you to lane 8, please. Junior dragsters, I need you to lane 8, please. Junior dragsters, lane number 8, please. All right, street bike, load up, please. Street bike, load up, please. Street bike, load up, please. Super gas, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2. Here, ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Scrappy Davis coming up right-hand side out of Palm Coast, Florida, and Chuck Bullock, two-time winner here at Gainesville already this year, 2014 Yamaha left-hand side of the racetrack. Scrappy, like to make the move first, but the better reaction time going to Chuck Bullock, left-hand side, looking for a low 10-second pass out of his bike, and gets it, 10:02, 1:30, 12:82, 1:02 for Scrappy. Dwayne Leachman and Tim Hunt coming up next. Two of the quicker bikes in the category. While Florida, home base for Dwayne Leachman, right side to Kawasaki. Tim Hunt also mounted on a Kawasaki at Boynton Beach, Florida, left side. Association. Final call, Super Gas Association. Lanes 1 and 2 for your first time run. If you're not there, you're about to be late. Super Gas. Final call for first time run, lanes 1 and 2. We'll move to Larry Berger and Suzanne Turner. Turner right side. Larry Berger left side. Suzanne gets the better reaction time. cars, both on the throttle stop and running hammer down. They will qualify against the index. Person that goes closest to the index without going under should get a wait and see fire run first round. A couple of Camaros going to stage up to start us off. 12 red on the right, green on the left. 661 left side, 674 right sides. Both of them going to have to turn some timers out of their numbers. On the right hand side, 623 left hand side, so 637 so far, closest to the index. Kane Grant coming up next, right hand side, the two-face 73 Nova. I don't have any information on these super gas cars as of yet, so as soon as I do, I will have it for you. Reaction times, Ken Grant out front, right hand side, win right, Ken Grant, 631 on a 630 index, so now Ken Grant chops it down. 115 miles an hour, left hand side, 7 flat. Times 021, left side 025, right side 695 to 109, right side, left side has some trouble and slows to a 771. gentlemen, getting some homework done up here in the tower as we continue to roll through Super Gas. 019 treat right side, 040 treat left side. They're both looking for 6.30. 643 at 118 left side, 680 at 113 right side. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move over to Allen Speed Machine Sportsman Eliminator. Junior dragsters, I need you to lane 8. I believe I have all 3 of you. Junior dragsters, lane 8. Let's start off here. In Sportsman Eliminator. Matt Champagne, left-hand side in the Toyota. Chris Parisi, the 2020 Mustang GT, right-hand side. So Matt Champagne going back in left-hand side. Dan Sawyer's going 1344 at 100 miles an hour. 1176 at 111, left-hand side for Troy McMahon. Jeff Gatlin coming up left-hand side. The GTO up against the BMW. On the right-hand side, that is Gary Johnson. Both of them with good green light reaction times. Gatlin out in front, 1337 at 103. Johnson goes 1432, 98 miles an hour. green light for the Camaro left-hand side. Steve McMahon turns it red in the Mopar and is having trouble going down the racetrack. 1387 at 103 left side. McNair rolling slow, and we'll slide through the clocks at 21.5 seconds. Next pair on the starting line, Mustang versus Cutlass. Going around the racetrack. Mitchell, 001 reaction time on the Mopar, 1277, 106, 1102, 119 for Clint Wilson's Nova. Hitting the start line right here. Monica Roberts coming up left-hand side. The 1999 small block Camaro, and Misty Coles out of McLean Motorsports right-hand side. The Ford F-150 pickup truck. Couple of green light reaction times. Monica better on the tree and gets there first. 12:59, 106, 13:79, 103 for Misty Combs. They'll bring up Dennis Hunch and Robert Simpson. A couple people didn't know how to win out here at Gainesville. Robert Simpson, the Jacksonville Ford-based Nova, left-hand side, and Dennis Hunch, the all-wheel drive Infinity out of Gainesville. attention to the pits. Pro ET for round number 1. Pro ET, round number 1. I need you to the lanes, please. 3 and 4, overflow to 5 and 6. Pro ET, first round. Lanes 3 and 4, overflow to lanes 5 and 6. Pro ET, round number 1. Lanes 3 and 4, overflow to lanes 5 and 6. 12:01 at 111 for Robert Simpson after an 032 green light. Dennis Harsh turns it red, goes 13:55 at 104. Bart Pangilian and Chad King coming up next. Chad King, the Trans Am on the right side. Bart Pangilian behind the wheel of the 94 Corvette over on the left-hand side. An 052 green light for Chad King, an 033 red light for Bart Pangilian. Chad King out in front of the Trans Am right-hand side, and he will get to the finish line first. 11:93, 109. 12:74, 108, left side. And so we had some smoke coming out of Chad King's car left-hand side, so we will double check that. Excuse me, right-hand side. So we're going to shut them off for just a minute. We're going to check the top end. Once again, Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4, overflow into 5 and 6. Pro ET for round number 1, lanes 3 and 4, overflow into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, please move up to the front of lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, please move up to the front of lanes 5 and 6. Your wait and see by run for round number 1 in Pro ET is John Dwayne, car J267 with a 001 reaction time. He is your wait and see by run. Cars in lanes 5 and 6, please pull forward. Cars in lanes 5 and 6, please pull forward. Help us out as we have called Pro ET back. We do not want to have a traffic jam at the back. So, sportsman drivers, please pull forward in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman drivers, please pull forward in lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Pro ET, round number 1. Pro ET, round number 1. I have called you lanes 3 and 4, overflow into 5 and 6. Pro ET, for round number 1 of eliminations, lanes 3 and 4, overflow into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman drivers, please pull forward in the lanes. Sportsman drivers, please pull forward in the lanes. Kenny Hires and Nathan Nickel going down the racetrack right here. Hires will get there first in the pickup truck, 1180, 111 miles an hour, 1348 at 100 for the pickup truck of Nickel. They'll bring up Scott DeLeon, left-hand side. Jay Dickinson, right-hand side. Dickinson turns on the red light to Leon. Rolls it through on the coast. 1174, just 82 miles an hour. Once again, Pro ET drivers, lanes 3 and 4 overflow into 5 and 6. Pro ET drivers, lanes 3 and 4 overflow into lanes 5 and 6. Pro ET drivers, lanes 3 and 4 overflow into lanes 5 and 6. I'll bring up Jennifer Robards and Tony Williams. Williams right hand side in the Toyota, Robards left hand side in the S10 pickup truck. Next pair up, Hodgson on the left. I believe it's Thomas on the right, 78 Grand Prix. He turns it a little bit pink. The Pontiac will get there first over the S10, 1158, 113. Hodgson goes 1275, 106. Once again, Pro ET drivers, lanes 3 and 4, overflow into 5 and 6. Pro ET drivers, lanes 3 and 4, do not wrap around the back of the lanes. Overflow into lanes 5 and 6, please. So left lane is almost to the end of the lanes. So if you want to run left lane, please come to lane number 5. Pro ET drivers, use 5 and 6 as an overflow, please. Marcus Cruz and Alan Hill will wind us up here for Sportsman Eliminator. Marcus Cruz, who's been on kind of a hot streak this year, is riding in a different vehicle. And turns it red. And Alan Hill turns it green, but not the one he wants. 1116 and 121 for Alan Hill, 1359 and 102 for Marcus Cruz. That'll wrap us up for Sportsman. And it looks like we have a single time run coming up here. Super Pro drivers, I have not called you back yet. So please stay in the pits because we need to make sure we keep lanes 3 and 4 open for you. So Super Pro drivers, please stay in your pits. I have not called you back yet. Super Pro drivers, I have not called you back yet. the pits, attention in the pits. Pro ET, I need you to lanes 5 and 6 if you are running left lane. As the left lane is backed up all the way to the back, so Pro ET, if you want to run left lane, please come to lane 5. Please do not block the rear of the staging lanes. Lanes 5 and 6 are open as well. We need lanes 5 and 6 cleared so we can run those lanes. I need Super Pro Motorcycle, round number 1, lane number 7, Super Pro Motorcycle, lane number 7, please.
Again, before we get into the prayer and the national anthem, we want to thank our sponsors. Miracle Automotive and Towing. Hey, don't sit there and wait for a miracle. If you're having car problems, pick up your phone and call Miracle at 904-368-1114. We also want to thank On the Spot Lawn Maintenance. Full service lawn care for you at 904-966-1633. And also, Harry Business in Stark, Florida. We actually have junior dragsters up next before we get to the national anthem and the prayer. I'm your host, Mitchell Gunter, along with Alexa Gatlin, and we're here at Gainesville Raceway. Hope everybody's having a wonderful and safe weekend. We are still in time runs for now the junior dragsters.
Gentlemen, so we have a couple of junior dragsters to run here. Mason Copeland going up against one of the Cook kids. As most of our juniors are either at Bradenton Motorsports Park for the back to school race for Rob Reynolds or up at Silver Dollar Raceway. We appreciate these three coming out. 1188 right side, 947 left hand side. That'll bring up the other Cook to run a single left-hand side. Then we'll go into Pro ET round number 1. Remember, if you do not get a win light in your lane in first round of eliminations, you can go to the first floor of the tower and buy back. Miss Debbie will take your money and say, sorry about your luck, go try again. It doesn't necessarily mean you get good luck. You just get another try. as we get close to being ready to run round number 1 of eliminations once again. If you do not get a win light in your lane in round number 1 of eliminations, you can go to the first floor of the tower and buy back. Straight into round number 2 as we do our final touch-up before we get ready. We got a little bit of business to take care of, so I would ask you all to please rise, remove your headgear as RFC's own Phil Green will give us the invocation, followed by our national anthem. So, Phil Green, if you would, please.
Thank you, Derek. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, here we are again, another day, Gainesville Raceway, and I thank you for that, Lord. Thank you for the ability and opportunity to be here. Lord, I thank you for the staff and crew working hard here, Lord, in this unbearable heat, Lord, to give us a fair, safe racing surface. Lord, wrap your arms of safety around this facility as we work and watch and play. And Lord, I lift up prayer requests to you, Lord. I've had some prayer requests brought to me, Lord. I'm not at liberty to discuss them openly right now, Lord, but you know each and every one of them, Lord, and I just pray for your hand to be upon those situations. Lord, now go with us the rest of this day, this event, and Lord, I just give all thanks to you and Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Phil. Appreciate it. As we please ask you to remain standing as we play our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for coming out to Gainesville Raceway for our Summit ET Bracket Series as Corey does the final laps on the tractor to get us ready for round number 1 of eliminations. Once again, we are streaming on Facebook via On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. They have 2 camera angles that are happening. So please make sure you tell your loved ones and your friends that are watching at home to share and spread the word as we thank Mitchell Gunner and David Rogers for their hard work to bring us the drag racing from Gainesville Raceway. We'll be underway here in just a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please keep in mind, obviously, the sun out here today. I asked earlier, please make sure you keep your fluid levels up. Try and stay in the shade where possible. Also, keep in mind, racetrack temperatures starting to climb up 124 degrees. Current on-track temperature right now. So please make adjustments accordingly. We are doing our best to stay after the racetrack, but obviously Mother Nature giving us no cloud cover. We are doing the best we can right now. So please make adjustments accordingly to your racing program. Pro ET drivers. Lanes 3 and 4 are full. We would ask that you please come to lanes 5 and 6. Pro ET drivers. Pro ET drivers. Come to lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro ET. Pro ET, if you are not in the lanes, I ask that you come to lanes 5 and 6, please. Once again, I need Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Motorcycle, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Motorcycle, lane 7. Yep, let's play. and gentlemen, round number one of Ron's Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. Let's get things started. Travis Logan and John Lamondola. Lamondola in the Hellcat, dialed 715, right-hand side. Travis Logan, the wheel standing Camaro, dialed 637. So right-hand side will go first by 78 hundredths of a second, about 1.5 light bulbs. And Lamondola turns on the red light. Travis Logan will get a free pass to round number 2. 639 on a 637, 049 tree. That'll bring up our next pair. How about Gage Birch and Dan Sawyers? Couple of guys who've collected qualities at the Division II ET bracket finals. We're going to match them up here, right here, round number 1. Gage Birch, the first $500,000 man, left-hand side, 636, dialing on the silver bullet. 857 dialing for Dan Sawyer's Extra Plush, 1972 Monte Carlo. We are clean and green, ladies and gentlemen. 9 thousandths of a second separate them. Dan Sawyers with the better tree. He breaks it out. Gage Birch gets around him. 026 tree. 638 1 on 636. Dan Sawyers was 017. He had 30 thousandths to take and took 46. 855 4 is a breakout. Dan Sawyers will unfortunately end up on the losing end of that ticket. How about Joe Coolauto and Andy Lindsay? All Ford matchup here. 698 for Andy Lindsay and the 98 Raggedy Andy Mustang, left-hand side, and 698 also the dial-in for Joe Hutto. Let's run them heads up, same dial-in. We are clean and green, and this one should be in the bag for Andy Lindsay. Joe Hutto uncharacteristically late, and Andy Lindsay runs it out the back door. Takes a ton of strike, 21 hundredths, and breaks it out by 12 thousandths of a second. Joe Hutto got out of it. 707 on a 698. His reaction time started with a 1, and he won with it. Andy Lindsay will be absolutely sick. 017 green and no wind light. Yes, keep the sharp objects out of Andy's. He probably needs a hug right now. Trim McCarty staging up the wheel standing S10 left side. 608 to dial in. He'll stage up against Keith Collins. The KC Automotive Nova. Right hand side 580 to dial in. Left side will go first by 28 hundredths of a second. Right side will play catch up. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. This one securely in left side's pocket and picks up the win light. Collins reaction time started with a 1. And McCarty took advantage. 023 tree, 623 on a 608 dial and gets him there by 43 thou. Glenn Guthrie and Daniel Young staging up our next battle. Only 300s apart on dial-ins. Young in the Firebird right side. Glenn Guthrie in the Chevy-powered Mazda, left side. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack. Dan Young ahead by 400ths of a second on reaction time. Win light, Dan Young. How about 1 thou under for Glenn Guthrie and still doesn't get there first. Dan Young 024 tree, 645 4 and 643. That is 49 total. Glenn Guthrie's 067 on the side of his tree, and that makes him mathematically ineligible. Jerry Gilbert and Richard Lindsay are next pair up. Richard Lindsay, 655 dialing for the Ford on the right. Glenn Guthrie dials 655 in the Vega on the left. So our second heads-up bracket contest, they will lead the tree together based on dial-ins. And somebody is dead late. Jerry Gilbert in control. Jerry Gilbert, how about 4-pack total, ladies and gentlemen? Double or 4 reaction time, 655.0 on a 655, 4-pack total. Richard Lindsay's reaction time, not eligible. Jerry Gilbert, 4-pack, rolls into round number 2. How about Big John Rollins and Chris Knapp? Here's a Titanic round 1 matchup in points. John Rollins, $613 for the Nova. Chris Knapp, $646 on the Vega. tree and drops off Knapp. 6:15 on a 6:13, puts 26 total on the window. Chris Knapp is 0.25. Gave him a thou to win with. He takes 31 thousandths and breaks out by 30. 6:43 on a 6:46. A great matchup. 0.25 green and not at the ballpark. John Rollins just rolls into round number 2. I'm going to pair of S10 pickup trucks. Jesus Alberto right side. 694 dial it. He'll get the head start from Ryan Norton. DLS powered S10 left side. We are clean and green at about 6,000ths of a second separating these two. Advantage right side, win right side, double breakout. Jesus Alberto, 692.2 on 694. He's 18 thousandths under. Ryan Norton, 663.8 on 666. He's 28 thousandths under. Right side gets there first. Right side picks up the win. By 4 thousandths of a second on a double breakout. Jesus Alberto takes out Ryan Norton. Safe bet that Ryan Norton will visit the buyback window. How about our next matchup? Donnie Hutto and Brendan George. The driver on the big juicy left-hand side. He's Chevy Power 92 Mustang that recently received the freshening this year. He's staging up on a 638 dial-in. He'll give the head start to Donnie Hutto. The Jessup George-based Mercury Comet 694 the dial-in. Difference in the dial-ins, 5600ths of a second. It's called one light bulb. Donnie Hutto goes first right side. Brendan George play chase left side. And Brendan George turns it red and is not going to want to see this time slip. Donnie Hutto 0.15.8 green and breaks it out. Brendan George carrying a little bit, possibly an angry spray at the top end. Mark Horton and George Emanuel, a couple of blue cars staging up right here. George Emanuel, two-time track champion out of South Georgia Motorsports Park, staging up the High Springs Nova. 769 dial on right side, 675 dial on the left side for Mark Horton, so Emanuel will go first. And George Emanuel turns on the red light in a big way, and Mark Horton gets away with one. 0.80 green, uncharacteristically late for Mark Horton. And he breaks it out by a couple hundredths, and George Emanuel breaks out by 12 thousandths. Pick up the win here, 721 on a 725. He's 80 green. Dan Schimmelbauer turns on the red light and then breaks it out by over a tenth for good measure. How about this Titanic matchup? Kevin Roberts and Phil Green. They didn't know how to park right. Kevin Roberts made it to the final round just 3 weeks ago. 69 Camaro, 753 dial in right-hand side. 654 dial in left-hand side for Phil Green, the Reverend out of Ocala. About 1 second separating them. 2 light bulbs on the Christmas tree. Right side goes first. And Kevin Roberts turns on the red light. Phil Green will take the win. 0.27 green. And lights it up 21 thousandths under. Kevin Roberts goes 100 under after an uncharacteristic 0.42 red light. All right, here comes our next matchup. Mike Gaffney. The 78 Gremlin out of Wildwood, Florida, left-hand side, 698 the dial-in. 827 the dial-in right-hand side for the Mustang. Good green light reaction times, and Mike Gaffney makes it work. 708 on a 698. Had plenty of room to drive the track as the Mustang slows to an 841 on an 827. An 021 reaction time, good there. But the driver had his car let him down. How about a couple of teammates? Bob Hoxton and John Rollerson staging up round number 1 here. Rollerson right side of the turbocharged Mustang. They block Chevy power. Left side for Bob Hoxton, and Hoxton will pick up the win as John Rollerson turns at 14 foul red and then runs 676 on a 670. 653 on a 637 for Bob Hoxton. And he will go to round number 2. D-Ray Litney coming up next, left-hand side, the big block 69 Camaro. 665, his dial-in. Right-hand side, Clint Wilson, of Providence, Florida, the 68 Butternut Yellow Nova. Small block Chevy Power, 696 dial-in. Control left side, win light, D. Lindy. 687 on a 665. Clint Wilson's reaction time started with a 2, and although he was closer to his dial-in number, he was still behind by 51 thousandths at the stripe, so D-Ray Litney will go to round number 2. Ginny Hall and Leah Tadaro are next pair up. Tadaro, the Chevy van, 750 dial-in. Jimmy Hall will give the head start to her with his big block 76 Camaro, looking at 718 on the window. So 32 hundredths of a second is the difference in the dial-in. It's the wheel standing van will go first, right-hand side. Turning on the red light right-hand side and then going dead on 1. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Jimmy Hall on 55 green, 720 on a 718. He'll take the Camaro to round number 2. Confetti coming off left-hand side. And Bud McCarty's wheel-standing Camaro, 620 the dial-in. He will face the 6th-gen Camaro on the right-hand side. That is Jacob Weibel out of Avon Park, Florida. The 2015 Camaro dial-in at $899. Camaro driver off first. Corey Galletti giving chase. Better reaction time, left-hand side, win light, left-hand side. Her Corey Wong on the throttle, 627 on a 620 005 tree. Right-hand side behind on the tree, further above the index, that is no loss. Corey Galletti will go to round number 2. Next pair, Travis Marchand and Jeff Gatlin, a couple of regulars out here at Gainesville. Gatlin and PJ's GTO dialed in 860 left side. 589 for Travis Marchand in the wheel standing Camaro. And now he's got to try to reel in Jeff Gatlin. Gatlin out front left side, wing light, Jeff Gatlin. 061 green, 862 on an 860. Had plenty of room as Marchand. Late on the tree and then a 10th above. Jeff Gatlin will take PJ's hot rod into round number 2. How about Mickey Pierce and Alexa Gatlin, another Camaro battle. Alexa left side, 777 dial in. 731 dial in for Mickey Pierce. lane, GT small block 4 power, 712 to dial in right side. And that, the S dime, the mom dime, 716 dial in for her left hand side. So they will leave almost together, just 400ths of a second separating the dial-ins. Red light for Allen Hill and Knapp. We'll go to round number 2, 014 green. And the mom dime brings up 16 thou under. Allen Hill 12 red and then breaks it out by almost 5.5 hundredths. Darren Stubbs coming up next, 1957 Chevy on the left side, 602 dialing for the big block hot rod. Malibu on the right hand side, 757 to dialing. So right side will lead first by almost 1 full Christmas tree, 1.55 seconds. Down 28 total. 757.9 on a 757.019 tree. Darren Stubbs is 057 and not eligible. One above for the Bel Air, and unfortunately that goes to the buyback window. Malibu will come back for round number 2. How about our next pair? Matt Porter and Jeff Copeland. Copeland, the 67 Camaro out of Jacksonville, Florida, 622 dial. Max Porter out of Georgia, 625 dial on the S10. They will leave almost together. 300ths of a second to separate them. Super Pro, I need your lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Max Porter will not want to see this time slip 003 red, and Jeff Copeland gets away with one as he coasts to a 670 on a 622 and a 132 reaction time. Max Porter, 625.8 on a 625, 003 red. Somebody needs to keep the sharp objects away from Max Porter. Michael Hart, Robert Simpson, our next pair up. Simpson in the Nova right-hand side, 762 the dial in. He'll get a 1.4 second head start from Michael Hart. Harbor, Florida. 1995 Mustang backed by Lucas Oil and owned by Debbie Young. 622 dial in for him left side. Right side goes first. Left side plays catch up. Big red light for Michael Hart. That means Robert Simpson will go to the next round. 074 green, and he goes 765 on a 762. That'll move him to round number 2. Michael Hart going 2 above the 622 dialing after the red light. Mark Hoffman and Chris Parisi, our next pair up. Parisi in the 2020 GT right-hand side, 771 to dialing. Mark Hoffman dials 831, the AMC based out of Jacksonville. So left side will go first by 0.6 of a second. Just a little over 1 light bulb head start. Once again, Super Pro drivers. In each of the lanes 1 and 2, lanes overflow, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro drivers. Lanes 1 and 2 overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Mark Hoffman already has a win light on his lane as Parisi turns in 16 thousandths red and goes 773 on a 771. Hoffman 029 green and breaks it out by a bunch, going 14 hundredths under his 831 prediction. Kenny Hires and Lee Hauser are our next pair up. Hauser, $6.99 for the Mopar left side. $7.75 the dial for Kenny Hires right side. So the pickup truck will go first by about 1.5 light bulbs. And then Lee Hauser will play catch up.
Race.
Double breakout finding the win light in Lee Hauser's lane. 698.7 on a 699, 3,000 under with a 30 tree. Kenny Hires is 067 green and breaks it out by a 10th. Got there first but broke out more. Once again, Super Pro drivers, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro drivers, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro drivers, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Another all Camaro battle coming up right here. Bart Van Gillian and Ernie Renfro. Both former track champions here at Gainesville. One of them will go down in round number 1. Van Gillian on the right, 688 dialing, 665 dialing left side for Ernie Renfro. About 1.5 separating them on reaction time. Advantage left-hand side, win light, left-hand side. 666 on a 665, 022 green. That lands a 39 pack. Mark Gillian is 038 on the tree, gave him a thou to win with. He dropped and got behind. 693 on 688. He's behind by 50 thousandths of a second. David Smith and James Evans will stage up an all Mustang battle next. York Park Coyote swapped Mustang for David Smith left side, 675 dial. James Evans dial is 2100 slower right side in his 1990 Mustang, so he'll go first. This one is all over with the shout as James Evans way in command on reaction time and lays down dead on 4 for 50 total. James Evans 46 tree, dead on 450 total. David Smith breaks it out and still doesn't get there first. Almost a car length victory for David Evans. Chad King and Scott DeLeon, our next pair up. Chad King, the 94 Firebird, swapped for Marcus Cruz's Mopar. 883 the dial on right hand side, 679 dial on left hand side for Scott DeLeon in the Malibu. Once again, Super Pro drivers, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, Super Pro drivers, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, Super Pro drivers, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Chad King 1 thousandths red. Scott DeLeon breaks it out by 5 thousandths after the green light, but Chad King jumps in an unfamiliar car, goes 3 above, and is 1 thousandth red on the let go. Here comes our next pair. The Brendan George Big Juicy, piloted this time by Mike Crook. 634 dial in left hand side. Dawson Bass right hand side in the Oldsmobile. 760 dial in. So right side will go first by about 1.26 seconds. So let's call it 2.5 light bulbs. Mike Crook in command on reaction time. Advantage left side, win light, left side dead on 4 with a 60 tree. Mike Crook will go to round number 2. Bass is late and breaks it out by 1400s just for good measure. That'll bring up your bye run. This is John Wayne, who was double 1 on the reaction time and time run, so that earned him the odd number single. So the Jacksonville Ford Base Wheel Standing Camaro will get a single shot to round number 2. Once again, Super Pro Bike, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Super Pro Bike, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Super Pro Bike, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Super Pro Car, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Car, lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro Car, lanes 3 and 4, please. Dwayne on his Byron, 16 green, dead on 8, 24 total on the single. John Dwayne, 016 green, 616, 8 on a 616 at 109. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4, please. Davis and Dwayne Leachman going at it on the racetrack, and Leachman turns it 9 thou red left. get away with one here and go to round number 2 as he turns on the win line, 8:30 on an 8:09. Dwayne Leachman backs off the gas after the 009 heartbreaker. Once again, Super Pro drivers, lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro drivers, lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro drivers, lanes 3 and 4, please. Mike Lukowski and Tim Hunt are next pair, and Lukowski turns at 7 thousandths red. Hunt 19 tree. How about 580 with a 6 on a 580? 25 pack total. Lukowski 574 and a 559 after he turned at 7 thou red. Here's your legal buy run for round number 1. This is John Upthegrove. Upthegrove out of Keystone Heights, Florida, had the best reaction time from round number 1 on time run. So Upthegrove will take his Kawasaki to round number 2 on a single pass. All he has to do is keep it in his lane. He could idle it down the racetrack, just break the beam, but it looks like based on the setup that he's going to make a time run out of this. Looking for 550 on the dialing board. And John going over towards the center line, so he wisely backs out at 6:15 on a 550. So we have one pair to rerun in Pro ET. So we are going to do that. We have a rerun pair as the starter flipped the switch on a deep stage pair early, so we are going to do the right thing and rerun that. So Mickey Pierce and Alexa Gatlin will rematch. rematch between Alexa Gatlin and Mickey Pierce. Alexa, left side, going deep in her grandfather's 69 Camaro, 778 the Dylan, 731 the Dylan for Mickey Pierce on Lakeland, the 82 small block Camaro right side. And Alexa turns it 11 thousandths red. Mickey Pierce is 057 green. And lights it up to above. That will wrap up round number 1 of All's Utmost Speed and Custom Pro ET. We will now move into round number 1 of Flying Rock Trailer Sales Super Pro. We're going to do a little bit of light hand spray on the starting line before we do that. We will go into round number 1 of Flying Rock Trailer Sales Super Pro. temperature reading from on the racetrack, 131 degrees. So again, please make accommodations accordingly. As the sun is really starting to tackle the surface, we're staying after it best we can. So let's go in the first round. Flying by trailer sales, Super Pro action. How about Keith Collins and Lisa Remba? So Remba on the low bar left-hand side, 645 to dial in, 618 to dial in for the little small block S-dime. That in KC's Automotive. 53 tree, 28 thou margin of victory. So Remus 006 goes all for naught as the Mopar did not find the traction he wanted, and that cost him dearly. Victor Adams and Mike Ming. Ming coming up in the Primer Black S10 pickup truck right side, 718 to thou. 656 down on the left-hand side for Victor Adams in the Chevy-powered Pontiac. So right side will go first by 62 hundredths of a second. We'll call it a little over one light bulb. And then Victor Adams will play catch-up. Was 008 and Victor Adams was not. Led to a wonky finish line. 7:45 on a 7:18 for Mike Ming. Victor Adams must have messed up the delay box or double grabbed it. His reaction time started with a 1 and then there was a decimal point after it. So Mike Ming will pick up the victory and go to round number 2. Victor Adams can try and find the buyback window. Here comes a couple of third-gen Camaros, Travis Logan and Tommy Campbell. Tommy Campbell right-hand side, big block Camaro dial 642. 618 dial in for Travis Logan, left-hand side. So right side will go first. Actually change on that, Travis Logan, 678 dial in left-hand side. So left-hand side will go first, right-hand side will play catch-up. Thousandths of a second of each other. Advantage left side, win light left side. And goes across the center line. Tried to drop him off and got on the brakes way too hard. Tommy Campbell, 643 on a 642. So Travis Logan tries to drop him off at the top end and finds the brake pedal a little too hard and slid. And luckily saved the car, but we're going to be on hold here for just a minute while we replace some cones. The winner was Tommy Campbell, and he stayed in his lane, so he will pick up the victory. 643 on a 642 with a 20 tree. and gentlemen, so we will be on hold here for just a minute while we replace the cones in the middle, and we will be back underway here in just a little bit. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I got a parts call. Serious Kevin, hang on a minute, I'm just going to let Kevin say it. We're looking for a Holly EFI part. If by some chance you have a Holly EFI.
Serial CAN bus to USB adapter.
If you have one, please come to the second floor of the tower and let us know. We'll put you in touch with Kevin Cadby. But he needs it to tune a truck. So if you have access to a Holly EFI, come to the second floor of the tower and let us know. So cancel on the Holly EFI call. Houston McLean has given us a shout and has the part we need, so thank you to him. All right, driver, suit back up, please. Driver, suit back up, please. We're going to go back to action. We got all the cones back where we need them. We're going to run a titanic battle right here between Gabe Birch and Ryan Norton in our next pair out. Left-hand side, the Mustang, 638 to dial. Right-hand side, 664 dial for Ryan Norton. Norton will be first. And Gabe Birch turns at 5, foul, red. Norton, 11, green, right side, and lights it up 2 above, and Gabe Birch puts it dead on 2 after being 5, foul, red. Ouch. What could have been a titanic matchup right there. Both of them went for the throw, and Gage came up 5 foul on the wrong side. Let's bring up Michael Carpenter, 2-time winner on the SFG circuit, and picked up almost $100,000. The dragster he's driving on the left-hand side, 491 dialing. He'll give the massive head start almost 2 full seconds right-hand side to Joe Shiver. Out of Yulee, Florida via Seattle, Washington. 1968 model Camaro small block Chevy for power, 690 dialing. Right side will go first. I need street bike. Street bike, lane 7, please. Street bike. Street bike, I need you to lane 7, please. Street bike. Street bike, I need you to lane 7, please. Sportsman, I need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Street bike, lane 7. Shiver off. We have green lights on both sides of the racetrack. Carpenter in control on reaction time. Win light. Carpenter. See the scoop rocket. 495 on a 491 014 tree. Gets behind by 7 thou. Didn't like the way it looked, and Shiver took it all and breaks it out by 200. He was behind on the tree, and that cost him dearly. How about this matchup? Ken Grant and Derek Vasquez. Ken Grant going high gear only in the Tie Georgia Nova, 632 dialing. 557 dialing for the plastic fantastic S10 pickup truck of Derek Vasquez. 557 dialing. Ken Grant will lead first left-hand side by 75 hundredths of a second, and then Vasquez will play catch-up. Somebody is 032 tree and 32 thou behind Ken Grant. 000 633.6 on 632 16 pack. Vasquez 032 tree mathematically ineligible. Ken Grant 000 lays it down. matchup. Gary Vasquez and Joe Pinkston. Gary wheeling Rico Suave. 474 the dial-in for the dragster, right-hand side. Joe Pinkston, left side. 732 dial-in for the Malibu out of Williston, Florida. The handicap here, a massive 2.58 seconds. We got green lights on both sides, and Gary Vasquez in complete control and gets the win light. 507 on 474. Joe Pinkston breaks it out by almost 0.4 of a second and had a 4-second reaction time. Gary Vasquez was 12 on the tree and in control of that race. Pinkston breaks it out by a bunch. Trey Bunner and Victor Burns. Trey, 491 the dial-in for the Bushnell quarter-base dragster on the right-hand side. Used to see him in a 1986 Camaro. He's done quite well with this dragster so far. 491 dial-in right side. Left side, Victor Burns. Local Florida-based 1970 Cuda. 664 dial-in for the lowrider. So, left side will go first by 1.73 seconds. A little over one full Christmas tree. 0.7 of a second separated in reaction times. Win line coming on from Victor Burns. 015 tree, dead on 1. 664 with a 1 on the 664. 16 pack. Trey Bunner is 022 on the tree and goes dead on 6. 28 pack. 12 thousandths margin of victory slide Burns way. 28 total in the way of 16 total by 12 thousandths of a second. Joe Barbera and Luke Galley will come up next. Galley in the Barlow Terry Petrie Camaro, 677 dial-in left side. 685 dial-in for Barbera's Nova right side. And we have a double red light, so here's a case of where True Start comes into effect. Barbera left first, normally would get the red light, but in this case he was 001 red, Luke Galley was 17 red. Luke Galley lights it up 677-0 on a 677, but 017 red to John Barbera's 001 red. Barbera rolled the least offensive, he goes to round number 2. Shirley Powell, Tom Heath, our next pair. Powell, right side, Camaro, 669 dial-in. 655 dial-in for Tom Heath. Right side gonna go first. Clean and green and Shirley Powell in complete control on the racetrack. Right side advantage, win light, right side. 672 on a 669. 669 on a 655 dial-in for Tom Heath as he fell off. James Bunner Jr., otherwise known as Junior Bunner. 575 dial-in right-hand side for the Camaro, 509 dial-in for the dragster. Wood Fulmer the third will give chase. Camaro driver will go first. Clean and green on both sides, 5,000 separated advantage, right side, win right, left side, dead on 0, 509-0 on 509, 18 tree for Wood Fulmer the third, 577 on a 575, 13 tree for Junior Bunner, he comes up 22 thou short. Todd Osting and Will Highhouse, our next pair up. Osting, the small block blown dragster, 488 dial-in. 544 dial-in for Will Highhouse, right side out of Middleburg, Florida. Big block Chevy for power. He will go first by 56 hundredths of a second. A little over one light bulb head start. Bogey. Tree breaks it out by 7 thousandths. Would have the makings of a good drag race right there, but Will Highhouse will take advantage of 008 green over 002 red from Osting. McCarty and Jamie Kelly. Battling it out right here. Jamie Kelly with a better reaction time right hand side of the Charger. Win right. Jamie Kelly. Trim McCarty breaks it out by 19 thousandths of a second after being behind on the tree. Took 10th out of stripe but had no room. Kelly 20 on the tree. 628.3 on a 626. That is 43 total. Trim McCarty's 052 green and mathematically ineligible. Look at the handicap here. Joe Cersei Jr. The 2008 Miller chassis. South Carolina, 495 dial. Glenn Newman's in the S10 in the LS1 powered Vegas station wagon, 749 dial. Difference in the handicap here, 2.54 seconds. Over 2.5 seconds of handicap going to Glenn Newman right hand side, and then Joe will try to chase him down the dragster. Need to take 13 thou or less, the difference of the dial-in. Dead on 0 and only, probably 40 miles an hour, and he scrubbed it to 34,000, but need to take 13 or less. Out of South Carolina, left-hand side. 453 dial-in for the dragster. Dallas Burger out of Southern Georgia, staging up the 1968 model Camaro, 691 the dial-in. 2.38 seconds of handicap. Going to the door car, and then the big dragster is going to try to chase him down. Dallas Burger 000 gets the win light. 695 on a 691. The dragster getting there first by 25 thousandths of a second and breaks it out by 3 thousandths. 112 miles an hour right side, 153 left side. So a huge closure rate, 020 green. Take 25, need to take 22 or less. Dallas Burger 000 will go to round number 2. Our second perfect light of the round in Super Pro. Jesus Alberto right side, 693 dial for the S10. Mike Matrison, the Nova dial, 659. So right side will go first by 34 hundredths of a second. Mike Matrison in command on reaction times, left side advantage, win right, left side. 661 on a 659, he's 2 hundredths above. Jesus is 697 on a 693, he's 4 hundredths above. Further above the dial-in, further behind on the reaction time, win right goes to Mike Matrison, left side. Once again, I need street bike. Street bike, lane 7, please. Street bike. Street bike, lane 7, please. Street bike. Street bike, lane 7, please. I need sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman drivers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Here comes our next matchup. Chris Wyman, right-hand side out of Jacksonville, Florida, the SNS chassis dragster. Small block Chevy power. 594 the dial-in. Yeah, here's a case where the dragster goes first. By almost 1/10 of a second, 900ths to be exact, but Michael Bossy out of Jacksonville, Florida, the 63 drop top Corvette, 585 dial left side, so he will play chase, and the dragster will go first. The dragster should have gone first, but Mike Boss off the mark first. All he has to do is keep it in control. Yeah, gets the win light. The dragster actually got around him. His boss drove around his lane a little bit, but an 012 reaction time to a 185 reaction time put Wyman in a hole, and he broke it out. As a result, Boss got away with one there. 59 dial in. The man who just picked up $500,000 at Mid-Michigan less than a month ago, Ryan Barnes, wheeling yet another new car that I've not seen him behind. Brunswick, Georgia-based hot rod left-hand side, 634 the dial-in. He will face Craig Spell out of Jacksonville, Florida. The latest car in his arsenal, 1986 Big Block Power S10 pickup truck, 641 the dial-in. So Barnes will play catch-up by 0.07 of a second. I have to wonder if the car is set up for super gas, where it might be a little bit of a weird look coming on and off the throttle stop. Once again, you can see all this great action online on Facebook as On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers, providing the live stream through Facebook. So the handicap favoring the right-hand side to go first. They are staged and ready. We are clean and green and the throttle stop in effect. Barnes in control on reaction times left side. With Mike, left side. The $500,000 man going to go on to round number 2. 637 on a 634, 12 tree. Greg Spell, 643 on a 641 with a 33 tree. A tight 0.09 of a second wind stripe sliding Ryan Barnes' way. How about a no-door car battle coming up next? Brett Barnum and Bobby Trinnell. The most recent winner here out of Gainesville and Super Pro, Bobby Trinnell. 4x Florida Days 33 Ford Street Roadster. Big block Chevy power. Looking for 535 on the dial-in board. How about left-hand side, the quickest dial-in the class? Brett Barnum, Orange Park, Florida Days 2005 Race Tech Chassis Dragster. 582 cubic inches of big block Chevy goodness. 448 dial-in. So Bobby Trinnell, going 535 at about 130 miles an hour, still going to get chased by almost 0.9 of a second. The difference in the dial-ins is exactly 0.87. That'll be the handicap difference for Trinnell, and then Brett Farm's going to try to throw the fishing line out and reel him in. We are clean and green, 000 for Trinnell. Can he pull it into a win? Yes, 537 on a 535, 000 for Bobby Trinnell. Our third perfect light of the round in Super Pro. Brett Farm is 14 green, 4 above his diamond, comes up 41 thou short. Oh, so there you let go 14 green and have a lot of work in front of you. Bobby Trinnell clocks a triple. That's our third trip sit light of the round in Super Pro. Bruce Root and Aaron Stutz coming up next. Bruce Root, the 1978 Mustang 2710 dial-in. He gets the 2.68 second head start from Darren Stutz, 542 dial-in. Actually, I apologize, 1.68 seconds. Better reaction time, left side, win right, left side. Bruce Root, 034 green, 712 on a 710. Had plenty of room as Darren Stutz slowed to a 560 on a 542. Garrett coming up left-hand side. 6:30 to dial in for the purple Camaro. The topless Camaro top 517 right-hand side. Red light right-hand side, green light left-hand side. So the Camaro driver left will go on 6:43 on a 6:30. Strickland. And a double red light bringing True Start into effect, so left-hand side, R11 Tree, 595 on a 591 will get the win light. Strickland turns at 16 red and goes 634 on a 630. Left-hand side, win line left side, Randy Roots, 672 on a 669, 13 Tree. Right side falls off to going 2400s above the 540 dial-in. Leaving first right side, 660 dial in, a 002 red light for Lauren Edwards in the dragster. So right side, down on 9049 Tree. Young in the Firebird right side, dial 643. 6 flat to dial in for Bruce Girton, left-hand side of the Fairmont. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. 6,000ths of a second separated advantage, right side, win line, right side. Bruce Girton going 612 on a 6 flat, 646 on a 643 for Daniel Young. So the Firebird driver will go to round number 2. Big Singer going at it. Singer in control. 008 Tree. Big Singer. 635 on a 630. 008 Tree. Grayson Wright in the 2001 Undercover missed the reaction time and pays the price. right here. Ernie Griggs letting go before the tree was activated, and he will suffer the loss as a result. No driver, 615 dialing, goes 620. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes our next pair. How about Corey Galletti in Bud McCarty's wheel standing Camaro left-hand side, 6'10" to dial it. He will face Mike Gaffney, the 1977 or 78, depending on which tech card I'm looking at. AMC Gremlin, small block Chevy power plant right-hand side, 7 flat dial it. So Mike Gaffney will go first. Corey Galletti will play catch-up. Red light. Gaffney will get a pass in around number 2. 699 with an 8 2/1000 breakout on an 039 green light. Corey Galletti lights it up about 3.5 hundredths under after he turned the cherry on. Alexa Gallon and John Twain, our next pair up. This could have happened in Pro ET. Alexa driving Grandpa's 1969 Chevy Camaro. It's third driver, possibly fourth driver in the Gatlin family. 773 dialing. She'll get the head start from John Twain. Twain, 692 dialing for the big Chevy right side. And Alexa turns on the red light by 13 thousandths of a second. John Twain, 029 green. And breaks it out by 17 thousandths. Alexa breaks out by 5 thousandths after turning the red light on by 13 thousandths of a second. Brendan George in short bus. Back behind the wheel of 2009 Mullis chassis dragster. Big block Chevy for power. Lucas will side the racetrack 490 dial it. He will face Michael Hart. Right hand side in Debbie Young's Lucas Oil-backed Mustang. 626 to dial in on the right hand side. So right side will go first by 1.36 seconds. And then Brendan George will play catch up. Final call for sportsman and final call for motorcycle. Second call for Supergas. Supergas Association. Round number 1, Supergas. Supergas. Round number 1, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Supergas. Supergas. For your second round of time runs, I need you to the lanes, please. Red light for Hart, red light for Brendan, double red light, and it goes to the least offensive. So short bus will go to the next round, 491 on a 490. And that will bring up big John Rollins, who was 000 in the time run, so he gets the bye run here with an odd number of cars in round number 1. The NASCAR headed small block out of Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom here in Gainesville, but John rides in High Springs. 612 to dial it for the no to left side. And John Rollins delivers 000 again. His second trip zip reaction time, 6:13 with a 3 on a 6:12, 13 total for John Rollins. No chance to get the bye run next round, as there were 3 drivers that ran trip zip in front of him. So your bye run for round number 2 is Ken Grant on 000. And we will run a couple of time runs here. Once again, I need Supergas. Supergas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Supergas. Supergas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Supergas. Supergas, lanes 1 and 2. McLean coming up for another single pass in the turbocharged Coyote 2014 Mustang out of McLean Motorsports. Houston's been out here at Gainesville for the last couple of years getting this car dialed in from an upper 9-second car to, we'll just say, faster. as it is in no time format, so we will not have any data to share with you, but let's just say the small tired hot rod is impressive. So he is dialing in a new turbocharger and wants to try and get a good hot track tune-up on it. Once again, I need super gas. Super gas for your second round of time runs. Super gas. Super gas for your second round of time runs, lanes 1 and 2. Super gas. Super gas for your second round of time runs, lanes 1 and 2. Once again, super gas, round 2 of time runs, super gas, round 2 of qualifying, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please, super gas, round 2 of time runs, I need you to the lanes, please, super gas, round 2 of time runs, need you to the lanes, please. As we roll into round number 1 of street bike. First pair out in street bike. We will go to the quarter-mile distance here. Tim Hunt and Jeremy Davis. Scrappy right-hand side out of Palm Coast, Florida, dialing 1289. Look at the handicap on this one. Tim Hunt out of Boynton Beach on the Kawasaki left side, 9:53 dial in. The difference in the dial-ins is 3.36 seconds. Scrappy is away. Now Hunt has to wait. And does so beautifully. 007 reaction time for Tim Hunt while he's giving chase. Can he hunt down Jeremy Davis? Win light, left side. Jeremy Davis breaks it out by 2.5 hundredths. Takes 97 thousandths of stripe and breaks it out by 24. Need to take 73 or less. Easy for me to say it over 40 miles an hour. Tim Hunt, 966 on a 953 007 tree. Tim Hunt goes to round number 2. Now Roy Johnson and Dwayne Leachman, our next pair up. 950 dial in for the Keystone Heights-based Kawasaki left-hand side of Johnson. He'll lead first over Dwayne Leachman, king of the track earlier this year out of Wildwood, Florida, 896 dial. And on the Kawasaki on the Budweiser side. Left side will go first by 54 hundredths of a second. Call it one light bulb. And we have a double red light. Roy Johnson left first, but had the less of the two offensive red lights. Leachman turns it way red and will suffer the consequences. 952 on a 950 after an 014 red light. Leachman goes 9 flat on an 896 after he turned it red in pursuit. Suzanne Turner and Chuck Bloom are next pair up. Here's the handicap of the day. 11.99 seconds. Suzanne Turner will go first left-hand side. 10 flat to diamond for Chuck Bloom on right side out of Reddick, Florida. Turner is off and away. Now Willem has to wait his turn. Couple of green light reaction times. Suzanne Turner way out in front. Chuck Bloom tries to reel her in. And at the finish line, Chuck Bloom getting there by 43 thousandths of a second. Better reaction time. 10:20 on a 10 flat. 22.14 on a 21.99 is closer for Suzanne Turner, but Chuck Bloom had the better reaction time, played it to his advantage, takes a 43 thousandths win strike. Here's your buy run for round number one. John Up the Grove out of Keystone Heights. Kawasaki dials 858 right side. Final call for Super Gas. Final call Super Gas. Lanes 1 and 2. Final call Super Gas. Lanes 1 and 2. 868 on an 858 for John Up the Grove is a good pass. He will go to round number 2. Super Gas time runs here for Super Gas Association. Roy DeWitt and Stephen King. King in the Corvette on the right-hand side, 57 Chevy, and Roy DeWitt left side. An 010 reaction time for Stephen King right side, 041 on the left-hand side, 626 right side, 638 left side. coming up in our next pair. 003 red light for Mike Sully as he got all of it left-hand side. 050 green for the Camaro driver right side. 649 right side, 661 left side. Jeff Ashley and Jamie Kelly, our next pair out. Caleb Kelly in the small block NASCAR powered 86 Dodge Daytona, the original Yankee Peddler out of the Great White North, even though it's not white right now, but it's cooler than it is here. And Jeff Ashley out of Garden City, Georgia, the drop top 1969 Chevy Camaro on the right side. They leave within 100th of a second of each other on reaction times. 596 and 121 for Jeff Ashley. 630 with a 5 for Jamie Kelly. That's what he wanted to see. On the index with a 5. Ken Buckner and Darius Porter, our next pair of Camaros, going at each other. Poirier getting a better reaction time on the Budweiser side. How about 630 with a 3 as he climbs to the top spot. 632 with an 8 for Ken Buckner in his 68 Camaro left side. So right now the number to beat, 630 with a 3 on closest to the 630 index without going under. Our next pair up, Michelle Linsby at Panama City Beach, Florida, 2015 dropless Corvette, right-hand side. Jason McCandless at Naples, Florida, 2002 Corvette Roadster, left side. Junior dragsters, I need you to lane 8, please. Juniors, I need you to lane 8, please. Junior dragsters, lane number 8, please. All 3 of you. Final call for sportsmen. Final call for sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6, please. Final call, sportsmen. Need you to lanes 5 and 6. Linsby is 10 red. McCandless is 15 green. 631-1 for Linsby is a good pass. 6 flat with an 8. It is just a touch on the fast side for Jason McCandless. Us out here in Super Gas Association round 2 of qualifying. The beautiful Chevrolet Monza small block power on Budweiser's side. And this car has got the throwback paint scheme on it that it's still wearing from its 1980s years, as we talked about that earlier today. The number to beat, a 630 with a 3. 008 red for Vic Singer. How about 629 with a 2? He just misses it by 8 thousandths of a second on the fast side, but a good setup for round number 1 nonetheless. So that will wrap us up for round number 2 of time runs in the Super Gas Association. So we will move to round number 2, or excuse me, round number 1 of non-Rollins Automotive Speed Custom. Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman Eliminator. So sportsmen, load up please. Sportsman drivers, load up please. First pair out here at Sportsman Eliminator. Matt Champagne, left-hand side, the Toyota. Dial in at 1711. He'll get the head start from David Suk out of Palm Beach, Florida. 1288 the dial in on the S550 chassis Mustang. So left side will go first by a little over 4.2 seconds. Now the Mustang driver waits and leaves on a green light reaction time. Matt Champagne, left side looking for 1711. David Zook, right side looking for 1288. Will the handicap difference be made up at the finish line? Breakout right hand side, win light left hand side. Matt Champagne, 716 on a 711. He was 3 thousandths better on reaction times than David Zook, who broke out by 5 thousandths of a second, taking 58 thousandths a straight. Took 5 thousandths too much. Jacob Wyville, Camaro, 1388 dial in right side. 1278 the dial in for Barn-Payne Gillian on the left-hand side. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Barn-Payne Gillian, 1278 dial in on the Corvette. Jacob Wyville, 1388 dial in on the Camaro. They are side by side at the finish line. Win lane, Camaro driver. How about dead on one? 021 tree for Jacob Wyville, 22 pack. Barn-Payne Gillian is 87 on the tree and has no chance. Jacob Wyville, 021 tree, 1388 Waldo, 1388 22 pack. And he will displace the former class champion and go to round number 2. Our next pair, Gary D. Johnson, the BMW, out of Frostburg, Florida, 1430 to dial. He will face the Malibu on the left-hand side. That is Dallas Berger, who's doing double duty out here this weekend. 1178 to dial in for the Sumner, Georgia-based Hot Rod. Double or 1 reaction time, but it had a little red number in the front of it. That means the BMW will go to round number next. Johnson, 048 green, 1416 on a 1430. He breaks it out. That's okay when your opponent red lights. Dallas will not want that time slip. 1181 on 1178 after the double or 1 red light. Jeff Gatlin and Chris Parisi. Couple of guys that know what they're doing on the starting line right here. Parisi in the Mustang 1188 dial. 1340 dial for Jeff Gatlin in the GTO left side. Both on the way clean and green. Parisi giving chase. Gatlin left side. Win right. Both up on the brakes and a breakout for Jeff Gatlin. He had the better reaction time but took too much straight. Chris Parisi didn't like the way it looked and he dropped him off. 1193 on 1188. 500s above. 1335 on 1340. That's 500s under. Jeff Gatlin. Another 11 tree goes to waste. Nathan Nickel coming up next. Pickup truck right side 1340 dial. 1342 dial for left side. Dan Saunders in the plush Monte Carlo. And plush will go to the next round thanks to a red light on the right hand side. Dan Saunders. The Monte Carlo looking for 1342 on the dial-in board and gets 1339. He breaks it out by a couple hundreds, but that's okay. His red light of his opponent, 1362 on 1340. Well, in his chances, he can buy back into round number 2 if he so desires. The Toyota Supra coming up next. Tony Williams, Brunson, Florida, left flat dial-in right side. Scott DeLeon in the Chevy Malibu, 1174 the dial-in on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Pro ET drivers for round number 2 need you back to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro ET drivers. Pro ET drivers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. I need you back for round number 2. Pro ET drivers. Pro ET drivers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. I need you back. Scott DeLeon, 025 green. Tony Williams, 023 red. 1179 on 1174 for Scott DeLeon. That's a good pass. He'll go to round number 2. Tony Williams goes 1103 after the red light. Jay Dickinson and Troy McMahon. Big handicap coming here. Pickup truck down 1746 right side, 1176 with a Mustang driver left side. So the handicap here, 5.5 seconds about. Technically it is it is 5.7 seconds. And Troy McMahon waited the whole time and got the green light. Will McMahon make up the difference on Jay Dickinson's pickup truck finish line? Mustang, 1183 on an 1176, 017 tree, 1749 on a 1746 is closer for Jay Dickinson. His reaction time did him in. 5 thousandths margin, a victory for Troy McMahon. Talk about close strike, that's 5 inches. Pro ET, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro ET, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro ET. Pro ET lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Kenny Hires get the win here. 11.99 on 11.82 over Steve McManor, who broke it out by almost 0.2 of a second. Kenny Hires has a better reaction time in his pickup truck, but went 17 hundredths above his dial-in, and McManor could not close out the strike. Marcus Cruz and Robbie Hoxton are next pair. Hoxton, the S10 dial 1250. 1366 for Marcus Cruz in the Mopar Charger. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Marcus Cruz right side on the 1366 dial. 1250 to dial for Robbie Hoxton in the S10 pickup truck. At the finish line, win light coming up for Marcus Cruz, 028 green, 1391 on a 1366. Robbie Hoxton slows to a 1290 on a 1250. He's 0.4 above. Marcus Cruz is 25 hundredths above, and much better reaction time than Marcus Cruz. We'll go to the next round. Once again, Pro ET drivers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro ET drivers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro ET drivers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Adam Willis, the 1987 Olds Cutlass, outside 1180 to dial in. He'll swing the head start to Dennis Harsh with the Infinity, 1355 dial in right hand side. Dennis Harsh will get the win right here as Willis turns it 29 thousandths red. 031 tree for Harsh, 1363 on 1355. 1196 on an 1180 for Willis after he turned it red. How about Misty Combs and Monica Roberts? Monica Roberts, the expected mother at the end of the year. 1985 Camaro small block Chevy power, 1257 dial in left side. She'll swing the head start to Misty Combs. The McLean Motorsports back to F-150 right-hand side, 1372 dial in for the pickup truck. Pickup truck will go first by 1.17 seconds, or 1.15 seconds. And then Monica will try to play catch-up. And Misty Combs turns on the red light, so Monica Roberts will go to the next round. Once again, Pro ET drivers, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Raw Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET drivers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6, please, for round number 2. If you do not get a win light in round number 1, remember you can go to the first floor of the tower and you can buy back. Try your chances again in round number 2. Jennifer Roberts and Robert Simpson are next pair. Simpson in the Nova dialed in 1205. He'll get the head start to the 1325 for Jennifer Roberts' left side in the S10 pickup truck. The handicap difference here, 1.2 seconds. And the red light on for Jennifer Roberts. Robert Simpson will go into round number 2 with the win light already in place. He's 037 on the green light and runs it through down on 8 for a 45 pack. Jennifer Roberts breaks it out by 1,000th after being 19th out red. Our final pair of round number 1 of Sportsman Eliminator will pair up our 2 quickest cars in the class, Mickey Pierce and Clint Wilson. Wilson, the 1968 Nova small block Chevy power plant, 11 flat dialing on the Budweiser side. Mickey Pierce left side, 1160 dialing for the Lakeland, Florida-based Camaro. And a red light for Clint Wilson. That will end his chances in round number 1. 1160 dialing for Mickey Pierce. He's 50 on the tree and runs it through the back door. 1150 on the 10th. And here's your buy run. 001 reaction time during time runs for Mitchell Gunner. Got him the buy run with the odd number of cars here. 1279 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. 1270 on a 1279 for Mitchell Gunner. When you have a single pass, you can turn on the red light, you can break out as long as you keep it in your lane. Go round number 2. Once again, Pro ET, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro ET, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro ET, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. I need Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike for round number 2 to lane number 7, please. Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike. For round number 2, I need you to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike. Lane number 7 for round number 2. Once again, I also need Pro ET to use all 4 lanes. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro ET. Pro ET. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Gentlemen, so because of the back-to-school race at Bradenton and the race at Silver Dollar, we only have 3 junior dragsters here today. So we're going to run our first round right now with 2 cars and a bye. Xavier Cook, 1190 dial in Lucas Oil side. Mason Copeland, 945 dial in right side. And Cook turns on the red light. That'll move Copeland to the next round. 941 on a 945 for Copeland. 1191 on an 1190 for Cook. Ryan Cook will come up on the single on the right side. Once again, Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Super Pro, I have not called you back yet. Super Pro, I have not called you back yet as we still need 2 more lanes for you. We will do a little bit of racetrack touch-up Pro ET before we go into round number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all of you coming out here to Gainesville Raceway as we are complete with round number 1. racetrack temperature has reached 140 degrees. So again, even though we are touching things up, please make your adjustments accordingly. We have seen a 450 dragster make it down, and we've seen several small tire cars make it down. But again, please make adjustments accordingly.
I hope everybody's having a good time this afternoon watching On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. We're live streaming right here from Gainesville Raceway. Track prep is going down right this moment. Bear with us and we will be back to racing action before you know it. If you've never done it before, please, after the broadcast, go to On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. Click the follow button and follow us. As myself and Alexa Gatlin, we have guests on weekly.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, to all of you still here on the property at Gainesville Raceway, 175 tech cards, not including super gas. And we do appreciate each and every one of you coming out here to Gainesville Raceway to be part of our Summit ET series, especially considering that, let's be honest, the pool and the boat probably looks pretty appealing. So on behalf of the entire Gainesville crew, thank you all so much for coming out to be part of our ET bracket series today. And again, for those of you that are on the property and still in competition and want to let your loved ones or friends know, go and check out Facebook, On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. They are live streaming right here, and they have 2 cameras. They are trying a new setup. Oh, no 2 cameras? Just 1, okay. Well, they had 2 cameras working earlier, so if you go back in the stream, you can probably see it. I guess that the hotspot didn't stay up or something, I'm guessing. Oh, the temperature, yeah, that makes sense. So we need to figure out how to air condition or shade the camera. So but they are working on a 2-camera system. So again, big shout out to David Rogers and Mitchell Gunner for, once again, streaming all of the races here during the Summit ET series. So once again, a big shout out to David Rogers, Mitchell Gunner, and yeah, we'll even throw a little bit of love at Alexa Gatlin too, as she is part of the team there at On the Spot Motorsports, as they are live streaming every Summit ET race here this year. And Mitchell, thankfully, is going to join us again for the 352 shootout on October 29th. For those of you that are interested, that is a heads-up and index-based event, one day, October 29th, Halloween weekend. For those of you that have run open comp before, we do run an open comp class. It is a $100 entry fee, $3,000 to win, $1,000 to runner-up. If you would like more information, you can go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/352 shootout, with those spaces or dashes in between, or come see me, Derek Putnam. Come talk to me about the 352 shootout, and I'll let you know more about it. We appreciate your support on it. Round number 2 of Bronze Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET about to come to the water. This time it's going to count. Buybacks for first round are now in the books. This is where 2 go down and only 1 comes back. So this is where it counts, and we're going to start out with a pair of friends that are going to run each other. Dan Sawyers and Phil Green. Not the first time these two have run each other. They're classic Chevy pucks. Probably would rather face each other in the final, but Dan Sawyers, who is doubling between pro and sportsman, just comes back around. And he is not known for caring about where he parks in the lanes or who he parks next to. The extra plush, 1972 bench seat equipped Monte Carlo, 853 to dial in on the Budweiser side. He'll get a 2-second head start, 2.01 seconds to be exact, over Phil Green. The Reverend, out of Ocala, Florida, small block Chevy powered 68 Camaro that has been in his position since high school. 652 dial in left side, so 2 full seconds. Swinging Dan Sawyer's way, right hand side. Phil will try to play catch up. Clean and green, ladies and gentlemen, a 6 to an 18 tree. Win light, Dan Sawyers. How about 853-2 on 853, 006 tree, 8-pack. Phil Green is 18 on the tree and has no chance. Breaks it out by 1,000 and still doesn't get there first. Dan Sawyers answers the call and throws down 8-pack, and Phil Green's 18 tree is just wasting fuel. That's how we start things out. Round number 2 of Bronze Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. John Rollins and Jesus Alberto, our next pair up. Rollins dials in the Nova 614 Lucas Oil side. 695 to dial in for the S10 of Alberto out of Odessa, Florida, on the Budweiser side. So 81 hundredths of a second, the difference in the dial-ins. John Rollins will give Chase Alberto gets the handicap head start. And this one should be in John Rollins' grasp by the finish line. Win light, Rollins. 017 tree, 618 on a 614. Jesus' reaction time started with a 1. That is not going to get you anywhere against John Rollins except the trailer. Jesus Alberto, 690 on a 695, breaks it out and still doesn't get there first. John Rollins moves to round number 3. Parisi and Keith Collins. Collins, the supercharged big block 1970 Nova 590 to dial in right side. He'll swing the handicap head start to Chris Parisi, the multi-time NMRA Super Stang champion out of Jacksonville, Florida, 2020 Mustang. 771 dial in left side. So Parisi will lead first by about 1.79 seconds. And now Collins will give chase. Parisi out front, Collins trying to get around him, win right, Parisi. 775 on a 771, Collins breaks it out, doesn't get there first. Parisi was 014 on the tree, Collins was not. So Chris Parisi going around number 3. Big Juicy Man himself, Brendan George, coming up next, the 92 Chevy-powered Mustang. On the left side of the racetrack, 636 dialing. 649 dialing for Richard Lindsay in the Ford-powered Mustang. On the Budweiser side, he'll lead first by 13/100ths of a second. They're all staged and ready. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack. Brendan George in control on reaction time by almost 6/100ths of a second. Win light, Brendan George. Richard Lindsay going dead on his dialing and coming up 22 thousandths short. Brendan George 036 tree, 640 on a 636. He'll move Big Juicy to round number 3. Joe Hutto and Mark Horton, not the first time these two have run each other. Ford versus Chevy battle on the starting line right here with Hutto, representing for the Blue Oval Camp. 1974 Maverick, 710 to dial for the Georgia-based Hot Rod. He'll lead first by 35/100ths of a second over Mark Horton. The Chevy Camaro out of Callahan, Florida, 675 dial in left side. We are clean and green, and Mark Horton in control by almost 6/100ths of a second on reaction time. Win light, Mark Horton. Double breakout. Hutto breaks it up by almost 1.5 tenths. Gets there first, but had no chance, and Horton had it blocked up on reaction time. 672 on a 675. Travis Logan coming up left-hand side. The Camaro driver, 640 to dial in. Dan Young, right-hand side, 643 dial in for the Firebird. We are double red light, and by 3/1000ths of a second, Dan Young picking up the win light. 641 on a 643, 664 as Logan lets out of the gas early. 11 red for Logan, 8 red for Dan Young. True Start comes into effect and takes the least offensive red light, and Dan Young gets the win. Our next matchup, Trip McCarty and Andy Lindsay. Lindsay in the Raggedy Andy 1988 Mustang. 696 dial left side. 615 dial in for the wheel standing S10 out of Hazelhurst, Georgia for Trip McCarty. Left side will go first by 81/100ths of a second. We are clean and green, and McCarty in control right side on reaction time. Win light comes on for the S10 driver. 620 on a 615. Andy Lindsay goes 699 on a 696, closer to his dial-in, but that better reaction time for Trip McCarty gets him an 18/1000ths win margin. That's about a fender length. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Fuel will be closing at 3:30. Fuel will be closing at 3:30. It is now 2:51, so you got yourself a little over a half an hour to go get your jugs and tanks topped off. So if you need race fuel, make sure you go and grab some. Glenn Guthrie and Russell Morris. Morris in the Oldsmobile, 725 dial in. 640 the dial in for Glenn Guthrie, and he automatically picks up the win as Morris turns it red by 4/1000ths of a second. 638 with an 8 for Glenn Guthrie in his RX-7. Going dead on with a 6 is Russell Morris up to the 004 Heartbreaker. All right, here comes our next pair. Max Porter and John Rollerson. Rollerson, the turbocharged Mustang. McLean Motorsports on the Budweiser side, 675 dialing. He'll get a one-bulb head start, half a second from Max Porter. Georgia-based S10 pickup truck. It's a 1985 version. Small block Chevy for power, 625 dialing. So right side leaves first, left side will play catch up. Robertson turned the red line on by 16 thousandths of a second. And Max Porter will go to round number 3. 626 on a 625. 681 on a 675 for Robertson after the red light came on. This is Donnie Hutto coming up right hand side, the Mercury Comet driver. 694 the dial on Budweiser side. 7 flat the dial for the Chevy powered AMC Gremlin of Mike Gaffney and Lucas Oil side. So they will be 600ths of a second apart, almost a heads up tree. Left side will go first by 600ths of a second. Control on reaction time, picks up the wind light. Hutto breaks it out, trying to get there. 692 on a 694. 710 on a 7 flat for Mike Gaffney, 035 tree. That gets him to round number 3. How about Gavin Hemby and Gage Birch? Birch in the storied Mustang left side, 638 the dial in. 758 dial in for Gavin Hemby out of Tipton, Georgia in the Malibu. He'll lead first by 1.2 seconds. For Gavin Hemby, 20 green for Gage Birch and breaks it out by 4 thousandths of a second. Jimmy Hall turns on the red light. Leah Tadaro picking up the win there in Urbana. Let's move to our next pair. D-Ray Lidney and George Manuel. Manuel with the Nova dial 767. He'll get the head start over Lidney by about a second in this big one-powered Camaro. And D turns on the red light. That'll mark his ride for the day. George Manuel, 031 green. And matches his dialing with a 7 for a 38 total. D. Lidney goes 300ths above his dialing after he turned on the red light. Corey Galletti and Travis Marchand are next pair up. And Corey Galletti turns on the red light. Travis Marchand will get the win light here. Going 1300ths above his dialing, 800ths below the dialing for Corey Galletti on an uncharacteristic red light. Kevin Roberts and Bob Hoxton are next pair up. Roberts, the 69 Camaro, dialed in 752. 650 the dial in for Bob Hoxton in the SS454 pickup truck. So Kevin will go first right side of the classic 69 Camaro by about a second. Turns on the red light. Bob Hoxton, 658 on a 650. He'll go to round number 3, and Kevin Roberts also uncharacteristically turning on the red light. Mickey Pearson, Darren Stutz are next pair out. Pierce out of Lakeland, Florida, small block Camaro, 730 dial in Budweiser side. He'll get the head start from Darren Stutz. The paint body guy out of Green Cove Springs, 602 dial in for the classic 57 Chevy. Mickey Pierce, 730 730 with a 9 on a 730, taking out Darren Stutz at 607 on a 602. Better reaction time was Darren Stutz, win light, Nikki Pierce. Our next pair, Chad King and Bart Pangillion. Chad King following Marcus Cruz's ride. 889 the dial in right-hand side. He'll get the head start over Bart Pangillion and Greg Turner's Camaro. 690 the dial in. So 1.99 seconds of the head start going Chad King's way right side. Clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Advantage Bart Pangillion, win light Bart Pangillion. Both of them one above their dial-ins. 8,000ths margin of victory for Bart. 691.7 on a 690, beating a 890 with a 2 on an 889. Our next pair up, Ryan Norton and David Smith. Smith in the Coyote powered Mustang, 670 the dial. 666 the dial for the LS powered truck on the right side for Ryan Norton. We are clean and green. This one's going to be good. Just 0.03 of a second. Separate on reaction times. Win line going to come on for Ryan Norton. 672 on a 666.17 tree. 683 on a 670.014 tree for David Smith. Looks like he might have spotted. The car fell off a little bit, but either way, Ryan Norton moves on to round 3. Mark Hoffman and Dan Schindler-Bauer. Couple going at it right here. The AMC on the left and the 817 dialing for Hoffman. Schindler-Bauer dials 735 in the Mopar and picks up the win. 738 on a 735. Better reaction time for him. Mark Hoffman going further above his dialing, and 600s behind on the reaction time is not a good combination. Our next pair, Chris Knapp and Robert Simpson, the Nappy Mobile, 76 Mega Station Wagon, 644 dial in left side. 766 the dial in for Robert Simpson in the Nova. He'll lead first by 1.22 seconds right side. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Nappy in control on reaction time, win light. Oh, giving it back to Robert Simpson by 0.03 of a second. Nappy more than likely gave that strike back. Robert Simpson 768 on 766, 650 on a 644. 0.03 margin of victory for Robert Simpson. How about Andap in the mom time? Coming up next left-hand side, 714 the dial. James Evans dialing in his Mustang 210 quicker at 694. So Andap will go first left side, and James Evans will play catch up right side. The tree, 720 on a 714, mile time going around number 3. James Evans a tenth above his dialing, and a worse reaction time, does not play good with others. How about Jeff Gatlin and Lee Hauser? Hauser dials the purple Mopar at 698. Jeff Gatlin driving in the not PJ Gatlin ride. 860 dial left side. Time going to Lee Hauser, win light swinging Jeff Gatlin's way. 860 on an 860, 038 reaction time. Lee Hauser didn't like the way it looked and didn't get there. 707 on a 698. He's 900s above. Jeff Gatlin dead on 8. 46 total will get him to round number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are sitting here rolling our way through the afternoon, please make sure you keep your fluid levels up. Please, make sure you keep your fluid levels up. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro bike. Final call Super Pro bike, lane 7. Final call Super Pro bike, lane 7. Our next pair, Ernie Renfro and John Dwayne. John Dwayne out of Jacksonville, wheel stand Mustang dial 626, 622 to dial in for Jeff Copeland, left side. Once again, I need Super Pro. Super Pro, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro. Super Pro, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Michael Hart in control, reaction time, wave line, right side, Michael Hart. 627 on 626, post 67 tree. Animal 600s in the bag on reaction time over Copeland. Copeland going 627 on the 622, further off the dial-in. Will not work for him. Scott DeLeon and Mike, don't call me a crook. In Vernon, George's 92 Mustang. 632 dial in for Mike Crook. 679 dial in for Scott DeLeon. So the Malibu driver will lead first on the left-hand side by 47 hundredths of a second. Once again, Super Pro drivers. Super Pro drivers. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro drivers. Super Pro drivers. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Also, Super Pro, your buy run has changed. Super Pro, your buy run has changed. Car number 2224 is now your buy run in Super Pro. Car 2224 is now your buy run in Super Pro. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Scott DeLeon in control on reaction time, left side, win line, left side. How about dead on 3? 679, 3 on 679, 12 tree, 15 total. Mike Crook is up 52 on the tree and had no chance. So Brendan George's big juicy Mustang will go back to being single lettered for round number 3. As Mike Crook gave it a shot, but Scott DeLeon threw up a 15 pack. Here's a guy who put 4 total on the window in round number 1, Jerry Gilder. 004, perfect. So he'll take the buy run to round number 3. Gilder turns the green light on and looking for 653 on the window and gets 656. So Jerry Gilder will go to round number 3, and that will finish off round number 2 of Ron's Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. We are now looking for round number 2 of Fly By Trailer Sales Super Pro. Fly By Trailer Sales Super Pro. You can bring them to the lanes, please. Fly By Trailer Sales Super Pro. Each to the lanes, please. I also need Sportsman. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman. Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Coming at us right here, Scrappy Jeremy Davis and Mike Lekowski, our first pair out. 809 the dial-in on the 8th ball for Jeremy Davis on the right-hand side. 559 the dial-in for Mike Lekowski on the left-hand side. So Scrappy going first. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Lekowski with a 200th better reaction time, win line. Lekowski. Davis slows to an 821 on an 809. 562 on a 559 for Lekowski. Has a better reaction time. He goes to round number 3. Tim Hunt with the single here in this round, 579 on a 581. Leachman. Leachman down 570 right, up Grove, 560 left, and up the Grove. We'll go to the semifinals. 027 red light for Leachman, and he puts it 575 on a 570. 568 on a 560 for John up the Grove is a good pass. He'll go to round number 3.
Well, we got a little break in action. We want to thank our partners. Automotive and Towing and Stark. Hey, don't pray for a miracle. Call a miracle.
Once again, I need Sportsman Eliminator. Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman Eliminator. Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. I need Street Bike to lane 7, please. Street Bike, lane 7, please.
And also on the spot lawn maintenance, your full service lawn care for you. Call them 904-966-1633.
Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Dot 620. 690 to dial in for Joe Pinkston, left side. And Pinkston let go before the tree was activated. Red light on, now move the Casey Automotive Ride of Keith Collins to round number 2. 629 on a 620. 698 on a 690 for Joe Pinkston. Must have put the delay in the box wrong or something happened, but he was off way too early. Now about a third generation Pontiac Firebird versus Chevy Camaro battle. Tommy Campbell and Victor Adams. Both of them using Chevrolet for power. Small block for Victor Adams. As we go wheels up, 002 to a 16 tree. Victor Adams in control on reaction time. Red light. Going to Tommy Campbell. 16 tree. 644 on a 643. That's 34 total. Victor Adams took 82 hundredths of stripe and needed to take 32 or less after a 002 tree. Tommy Campbell gets away with one there, as Victor Adams had him on the reaction time, but took too much stripe. Mike Matrison and Mike Bing. The Mike on Mike battle in our next matchup. 660 to dial in for the note on the left. 715 to dial in for the S10 on the right. So Mike Bing on the right-hand side will go first on the 715 dial by 55 hundredths of a second. Once again, fuel will be closing at 3:30 in about 18 minutes. Fuel will be closing in about 18 minutes. So make your plans accordingly. We'd like to come on here from Mike Matrison. They were almost identical in reaction times, and Mike Bing slows to 4 above, and Mike Matrison slides in. 661 on a 660, 034 tree. That's 49 total. Mike Bing had 3 thousandths to work with on the reaction time, but goes 4 above and gets 26 thousandths behind. Bruce Root and Derek Vasquez, our next pair up. Vasquez, the S10 pickup truck, 557 dial in. He'll swing a 1.5 second head start advantage to Bruce Root, the 78 Mustang 2 driver. 711 dial in left side. Raceway suited up. So Victor Burns and Gary Vasquez will be our next pair. The CUDA driver dialed 663 on the left side out of Largo, Florida. Vasquez dialing 474 in the Miller Chassis Dragster right side. Green lights on both sides. Gary in control on reaction time. Win line, CUDA. Victor Burns, 667 on 663. Gary Vasquez goes 482 on a 474, but had a 007 tree. Comes up 11 thou shy. Our next pair, Jamie Kelly and Randy Root. Kelly, the 86 Daytona, little 358 Chrysler motor, 630 to dial in. 670 to dial in for Randy Root in the Pinto. Chevy power plant on the left-hand side. Red light on for Randy Root. Jamie Kelly will go to round number 3. He's 20 on the tree. Looking for 630 on the dial. And goes 629 with an 8, so he is dialed. Brother Joel says, yeah, we're ready. Round number 3, here we come. Lisa Remba and Jim Barbera, our next pair up. Zoremba dialed 663 in the Mopar left side. Jim Barbera dialed 687 in the Nova left on the right side. So Barbera will go first by 24 hundredths of a second, call it half a light bulb. And then Lisa Remba will try to play catch up. They leave the starting line 6 thousandths of a second apart. Reaction time, win light, Lisa Remba. Jim Barbera goes 688 on the 687 to get the win light by 29 thousandths of a second. Zaremba gets behind on the tree and on the racetrack. James Bunner Jr., otherwise known as Junior Bunner. 575 to dial in for the Camaro on Lucas Oil side. 690 to dial in for Joe Shiver, the 68 Camaro. Little small block Chevy power plant on the Budweiser side. So Budweiser side will go first by 1.15 seconds, and then James Bunner Jr. will give chase. Bunner, the better reaction time on the left side by about 5 hundredths of a second. He gets the win light, 580 on a 575. Shiver goes 699 on a 690. A little bit of tire spin it looked like when he let go, and that cost him. How about our next pair, Ernie Graves and Ken Grant. Couple racers that have been around doing it here for a while. Ken Grant, two-face, dials in 631. Ernie Graves dialing in the throttle-stopped Super Street Camaro at 743. So left side will go first by 1.12 seconds. For Ernie Griggs and Ken Grant takes advantage. 10 green and goes 627 on a 631. And Ernie Griggs, continuing to have problems, will coast down to the finish line. Sherby Powell staging up right here. Sherby in the Camaro 669 dialing. 522 dialing left side for Mike Bonacci. They leave clean and green. Bonacci with the better reaction time in the dragster. Win light Bonacci. 523 on a 522 takes out Sherby Powell. 672 on a 669. Bonacci had the better reaction time, and that gives him the victory. How about Big John Rollins? Out of High Springs, Florida, the NASCAR-headed small block in the 72 Nova, 614 to dial in. He'll race Mike Fiddler in the Mopar, 650 to dial in for the 73 Scamp out of Summerfield. So left side will go first by 3600ths of a second. John Rollins will try to play catch-up here. And John Rollins turns on the red light by 0.07 of a second. Mike Fiddler is 18 green and 653 on a 650. Rollins coasts after the red light. Daniels turns the red light on by 18,000ths in the dragster. So Bobby Trinnell, 011 green, 538 on a 536. He'll take the street roadster to round number 3. Left side, the supercharged dragster dialed in 490. 517 to dial in for the drop top Camaro on the right hand side. Green lights are on. The dragster has not moved the Camaro driver. 525 on a 517. And unfortunately the dragster losing power when he went for the gas, and that will be the end of Todd Osting's day sooner than expected. on a 491, 18 thousandths win stripe. Norton is 22 on the tree and goes 2 above his 665 dial-in as he gave up the handicap start. And Trey Bonner will go to round number 3 to join his dad, Junior. That'll bring up Mike Carpenter. Actually, no, I apologize. I thought that was Carpenter, but that's actually Lauren Edwards in the dragster out of Gainesville. 555 to dial in. on the left-hand side. How about the LS1 powered Vega station wagon of Glenn Newman's? 748 the dial in for this guy. And he'll get the massive head start on the right-hand side. It calculates to 1.93 seconds. Triple zero reaction time for Lauren Edwards, and she parlays it into a victory. Glenn Newman's 032 treat, dead on his dial in 0. 32 back comes up 16 thou short. Lauren Edwards, triple zero, 556 with a 6 on a 555. Lauren Edwards locking it down and going around number 3. Picking up the win in the S10. That'll move us to our next battle. This is Michael Carpenter. They had picked up 2 wins in 1 weekend at the SFG race in Bradenton not too long ago in this very car. 493 the dial for the St. Petersburg resident left side. But hey, don't worry, I zip tied at Goolsby, the S10 driver out of Gainesville. Multi-time track champion right side, 661 the dial in for the S9. He'll get the head start over the dragster of Carpenter by 1.68 seconds. Going to waste as he goes 35 thousandths above his dial in. 36 pack right side, 30 pack left side. The difference 6 thousandths to Michael Carpenter. He'll take the dragster at round number 3. Speaking of dragsters, let's bring up 2 more. Will Highhouse bringing up his new to him dragster, 544 the dial in for the Middleburg, Florida-based resident. Joe Zaworski Jr. out of Cross, South Carolina, the Miller chassis dragster. Lucas Oil side, 494 dial in. He'll swing a half a second handicap to Will Highhouse, who will lead first on Budweiser's side. For Joe Zaworski Jr., so Will Highhouse will go to round number 3, 539 on a 544 after being 34 green on the tree. Chris Wyman, the 2003 S&S chassis dragster, small on Chevy power, 589 to dial in. He gets the big head start here from Joe Wells. South Carolina-based 2006 Spitzer chassis dragster, 452 the dial in. Difference in the dial ins here will be 1.37 seconds, almost one full Christmas tree. Time deficit, and Wells makes him pay for it. 589 with an 058 tree. We'll put Chris Wyman on the trailer. Coming up in the purple Camaro on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. 642 the dial in. He'll get the head start over Vic Singer Jr. The classic Chevy Monza with the paint scheme to match. Small block Chevy for power. 630 the dial in. Turns at 9 foul red. 641 with a 0 on a 642. That'll move Jepson down, number 3. They'll bring up Brent Farnham. The top dragster entry. On Luke's whole side, 450 to dial. This is the quickest car on the property. He'll line up with the less than pickup truck on the right hand side. This is Gavin Hamby out of Tipton, Georgia. Dials in the S10 truck at 660 on the dial in, so he'll lead first by 1.9 seconds before the race tech dragster of Farnham will throw out the fishing lure and try and reel him in. Brad Farnham turns on the red light and Gavin Hamby 662 on a 660 to be 20 total, and it's all on the scoreboard as he lights it up, trip zip, and nails a perfect reaction time. Brett Farnham would have had his hands full, 453 at 154 miles an hour. Daniel Young up next against Mike Bossy. Bossy in the 63 Corvette drop top, 585 dial in Lucas Oil side. He'll swing the head start to Dan Young, who picked up the win here in Pro ET about a month ago. The Palm over Florida-based 96 Firebirds follow on Chevy for power. He'll lead first by about 58 hundredths of a second. So Michael Boss rolls through the beams, and that will give Daniel Young a round 3 berth, 026 green, and breaks it out by 7 thousandths of a second. Dave Birch and Mike Gaffney are next pair up. The small block Chevy powered AMC Gremlin dials in 7 flat Budweiser side, and Gage Birch. The storied Silver Mustang, 639 to dial in on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. So Birch and Gaffney, all staged up and ready to go. We are clean and green on both sides, and then 10 red for Mike Gaffney. How about 000 for Gage Birch? ready Gage Birch and Mike Gaffney to please cool them and fuel them and bring them back to the lanes for a rerun. Gage Birch and Mike Gaffney, I need you to come back for a rerun of that round of Super Pro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, had to do a little cleanup on the 60-foot clocks. And we will move to our next pair, Ryan Barnes and Grayson Wright. Wright in the 2001 undercover chassis drag stroke, Budweiser, side 540 to Diamond. 636 to Diamond for Ryan Barnes out of Georgia on the left-hand side. Sides of the racetrack. Ryan Barnes in control left side, when right left side. 640 on a 636 005 treat for Ryan Barnes. Grayson Wright missed the treat and goes a tenth above on his dragster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need super gas. Super gas for round number one. Super gas. Super gas for round number one, please. Super gas. Super gas. Lanes 1 and 2 for round number one. Super gas. Super gas. Lanes 1 and 2 for round number one. Once again, I need Sportsman round number 2. Sportsman round number 2, I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Street Bike, I need you to lane 7 for round number 2. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2 for round number 1 eliminations. Super Gas, round number 1 eliminations, lanes 1 and 2, please. Load back up, please. We have the computer situation resolved. We're going to go back into round number 2. So John Dwayne and Jesus Alberto will face each other against next. Couple of white Chevy pickup trucks. John Dwayne left-hand side, 691 the dial-in. Jesus Alberto on the S10 dial, 696 right side. 500ths of a second separating them on the dial-ins. Jesus will get the head start right-hand side. We are clean and green on both sides. John Dwayne in control on reaction time, left-hand side. Win light, left-hand side. 692 on a 691 011 tree. That locks out Jesus' 039 green light. And he breaks it out by 36 thousandths of a second, taking 18 of strike, so no chance to get there. Once again, super gas, round number 1 in each of the lanes 1 and 2, super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please, super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Michael Hart coming up next, left-hand side, 626 the dial-in, 670 the dial-in for Tom Heath, right side of the Mustang. So the Fox Mustang right side will go first by 4400ths of a second, and then the blue Mustang of Michael Hart will play catch-up. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Tom Heath in control on reaction time. Right side, win light. Left side, double breakout. Tom Heath took over a car length to break it out by 39 thousandths. Michael Hart breaks it out by 29 thousandths. 100 margin of victory on the double breakout going to Michael Hart, left-hand side. Our next pair, Luke Alley and Brendan George. Brendan George riding Short Bus, the 2009 Mullis chassis dragster, big block Chevy for power, 491 dial in Budweiser side. He'll swing the head start to Luke Alley. Interior Petrie Chevy Camaro, 678 the dial in left-hand side. So Luke Alley will lead first by 1.87 seconds. Brendan George, the better reaction time by 100th, win light. Brendan George, 492 on a 491, getting there by 25 thousandths of a second with an 017 green light. Luke Alley is 029 green and goes 680 on a 678 to get behind. Dallas Berger coming up here on the legal buy run after Ken Grant denied his because he wanted to get back around for super gas. So Dallas Berger, the second guy to cut a 000 reaction time in round number 1, will get the single here to round number 3 in his Sumner, Georgia-based Chevy Camaro. 693 is what he's looking for on the dial-in. Berger lets go of the switch 014 on the green light side and legs it out to go 2 thousandths under, so he is ready for round number 3. Super gas, I need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas. Super gas for round number 1, I need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas. Super gas, I need you to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 1, please. Suzanne Turner and Jeremy Davis Winlight coming on for Scrappy. 13 flat on a 1281 034 tree. Suzanne Turner gets there first but breaks it out. 2173 on a 22-second pass. And she will go down swinging in round number 2. Here's your legal bye run for round number 2 of Street Bike. Tim Hunt out of Boynton Beach, Florida. 953 is what he's looking for. And comes off the starting line with some issues, but he'll recover and come back for round number 3. Once again, final call for Super Gas. Final call for Super Gas. Each to the lanes, please. Final call for Super Gas. Final call for Super Gas. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Final call for Super Gas. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Lanes 5 and 6, please. I need junior dragsters. Junior dragsters to lane number 8, please. Junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, lane number 8, please. Juniors. Juniors, lane 8, please. Leachman and Roy Johnson going at it right now. Roy Johnson dialed 950 right side, Leachman dialed 9 flat. Win light coming on for Leachman. Double breakout 897 on a 9 flat. He's 24 thousandths under. Roy Johnson 945 with a 3 on a 950. He's 47 thousandths under. Difference in the two is 23 thousandths of a second in the double breakout. Dwayne Leachman going now wow, I can't even say it. Round number 3. John Up the Grove and Chuck Woolen will wrap us up for round number 2 of Street Bike. John Up the Grove dialed 868 in his Kawasaki on the left. Chuck Woolen looking for 10 flat in his Yamaha out of Reddick, Florida on the right side. So Woolen will go first by 1.32 seconds on the right hand side, and John Up the Grove will give chase. .870 with a 5 on an 868 with a 20 tree for John Updegrove. Turn on the win light. Chuck Woolen breaks it out. 998 on a 10 flat. Doesn't get there. First whole shot victory for John Updegrove. Association. This is a 630 index class based off the 8th mile equivalent of the 990 quarter mile Super Gas Association. We have 14 cars for round number 1, so they're looking for 6.30 on the scoreboard, and they are leaving on a 4/10 pro tree. So that's where you'll see all 3 amber lights come on at once, followed by the green if they leave on time. What you need to do, just like bracket racing, you need to run as close to that index as possible without going under. In the case of a double breakout, the least offensive will get the win light and move on. Red lights obviously count. Want to cut the best reaction time possible. Jeff, Ashley, and Mike Beck will get us started. A couple of Georgia-based hot rods. The Falcon on the left of Beck, the Camaro of Ashley on the left. Ashley's Camaro out in front of Beck's Falcon. Win light gonna come on for the Falcon. 629 with a 1, beating a 615 with an 8. Here's a double breakout situation. 9 thousandths under for Beck on the right, 14 hundredths under for Ashley on the left. Ashley has a better reaction action time that took too much strike. So Mike Beck will move the Falcon to round number 2. Now remember, if you don't get a win lights first round of Super Gas, you can buy back into round number 2. Here comes our next pair, Roy DeWitt and Stephen King. King in the Corvette on the left, DeWitt in the 57 Chevy on the right. They leave the starting line a thousandth of a second apart. Reaction times win light. Corvette, left side, 651.5, 631.5, beating a 640 for Roy DeWitt. Only 15 thousandths over the index, as opposed to a tenth of a second over the index. Almost 1 full car length of strike for Stephen King takes the Corvette to round number 2. Jason McCandless and Ken Buckner. Naples, Florida for the 2002 Vet Roadster for McCandless. He's on the left-hand side. Buckner in a classic, beautiful 68 Chevy Camaro out of the Ellybell, Georgia. 630, so he's looking forward on the right-hand side. Both on clean and green. To the finish line we go. Win line going to come on for Jason McCandless. 625 breakout, beating a 619 breakout. McCandless is 41 thousandths under. Ken Buckner is 107 thousandths under, just over a tenth. Buckner breaks out more, McCandless gets the win light. Couple of people that can very easily match up with each other in round number 1 of Super Pro. Ken Grant and the Kelly ride. Jamie Kelly, 630 dial in on the right for the Chrysler-based hot rod. Ken Grant, the big block Nova dial, 630 on the left. And Kelly gets to go on the red side. That will automatically put the win line in Ken Grant's lane. He's 20 on the tree, 629.1 on a 6.3. 626 for Robert. After he turned it, 106 red. Got jumpy, letting go of the switch. Junior dragsters, I need you to lane 8, please. Junior dragsters, lane number 8, please. Junior dragsters, lane number 8, please. This should be Michelle Linsby against Jason DeWitt. But Linsby is missing in her Corvette, so Jason DeWitt going to get a single in the 68 Camaro out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. All he needs to do is keep it in his lane, and he'll go to round number 2. 4, please. Round 3, Pro ET. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Mike Sully and Vic Singer will come up next. Summerfield, Florida, base for the Mods on the right-hand side of Stinger. Sully out of Naples, Florida, in the old Compass on the left. And Vic Singer pushes through the stage beam. So Mike Sully will get an easy shot. 6:35 of the 2 on the 6:30:032 green. He will go to round number 2. Once again, I need Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3. I also need Fly Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro for round number 3. Lanes 1 and 2, please. So Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Pro ET lanes 3 and 4. I need you to come to the lanes if you're still in competition for round number 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, down for just a minute while we replace the starting line switch. We're going to be back at it here. For our final pair of Super Gas, round number 1, Jeff Ashley and Terrace Portier. Portier on the right-hand side out of Columbia, South Carolina. Stage up on the Budweiser side, Jeff Ashley out of Garden City, Georgia. Correction, that is Ryan Barnes' left-hand side, behind the wheel of Jeff Solzenbiel. And he turns it 1,000th red. Barnes lights it up 1,000 red, goes 6:32, a 6:38 for Darius, and he's 0:25 green, and Barnes would like that lap back. 1,000 red. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move it to round number 2 of Sportsman Eliminator, brought to us by Allen Speed Machine Shop. Once again, I have called round number 3 of Super Pro in 1 and 2. Round number 3 of ET to lanes 3 and 4. Mitchell Gunner. Win light going to come on for Mitchell. Better reaction time. Goes 12.91 on 12.79 to beat the breakout of Dennis Harsh. Fair out in round number 2 of Sportsman. Steve McManor and Dan Sawyers. Sawyers in 71 Monte Carlo right hand side, 13.38 to dial in. 12.05 to dial in for Steve McManor, the 1966 Cornet on the left hand side. So Dan Sawyers will get to go first by 1.33 seconds of handicap. For Steve McManor, so Dan Sawyers will go to round number 3. He's 0-14 on the tree. Looking for 13.38 on the scoreboard. And goes 13.38 after throwing up an 8-pack. Dan Sawyers throws up an 18 total. So he is riding a little bit of a hot streak right here, and he goes to round number 3 in both classes. That'll bring up Jeff Gallen and Chris Parisi. Parisi in the 2020 Mustang GT right side, 11.90 to dial in. The not PJ Gatlin driven GTO on the left side for Jeff Gatlin, 13.35 to dial. He'll lead first. They are both clean and green as they head to the finish line. Jeff Gatlin on a 13.35 on the left, 11.90 to dial in for Chris Parisi. Win light. Swinging Parisi. How about both of them going dead on their dial-ins? 13.35 with a 1 for Jeff Gatlin with a 44 tree. He's 45 total. Parisi is 0.31 on the tree. 11.90 with a 6 on an 11.90. He's 37 total. 8,000th margin of victory to Chris Parisi in a very good race in round number 2 of Sportsman. Jennifer Roberts and Jeff Weibel. Jacob Weibel. 13.95 dial-in for the Camaro. 13.25 to dial in for the Ested pickup truck on the left side. Weibel will lead first in the Camaro by 0.61 of a second. Better reaction time going to Weibel. Win light going to Weibel. 13.86 with a 1 on a 13.86, 12 tree, 13 pack. Roberts is 0.61 on the tree and breaks it out by 400ths and still doesn't get there first. Jacob will take the Camaro to round number 3. Our next pair, Clint Wilson in the Novodot 11 flat. Scott DeLeon, the wheel standing Malibu, looking for 11.78 on the left-hand side. Once again, we are live streaming on On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. A little bit of a shout-out going here. As Larry Berger wanted to let his team at Cycle Gear in Orange Park know that they are watching along. Win light coming on for Clint Wilson. 11.12 on an 11 flag, getting the win over Scott DeLeon's breakout, 11.74 on 11.78. That'll bring up Mark Payne-Gillian. Next to the Corvette dialed in at 12.78. He will race Gary Johnson, the BMW Dot 1430. So the BMW going first. Now Bart will give chase. Win light goes to Bart, 1289 on a 1278. Better reaction time, takes out the BMW. Matt Champagne coming up next left side, the Toyota driver, 1711 dialing. 1746 dialing for Jake Dickinson. Win light swinging to Jake Dickinson, 1748 on a 1746, he's 200s above. 100s above for Matt Champagne. Better reaction time going to Jake Dickinson. Win light by 43 thousandths to Jake Dickinson. Robert Simpson and Monica Roberts, a couple longtime sportsman competitors here at Gainesville. 1207 the dial-in for the Novo, Simpson on the right side. 1259 dial-in for Monica Roberts on the left side. So the Camaro driver will lead first on the left, and Robert Simpson will try to play catch up. Away clean and green. Monica Roberts on a 1259 on the left. Robert Simpson on a 1207 dialing on the right hand side. To the finish line they go. Win light coming on for Monica Roberts. 1,000 breakout for Robert Simpson. They were only 1,000 apart on reaction times. 1206 on the 9 on a 1207. He took 16 thousandths to stripe and needed to take 15. Monica left him very little room. Take 16. Needed to take 15 or less. Monica Roberts going to round number 3. Robbie Austin and Mickey Pierce on the racetrack right here. Mickey Pierce out in front on the right-hand side of the Camaro on 1153 dial in, and I'll get the win. 1158 on 1153. Austin slows to an 1199 on 1150. Mickey Pierce has the better reaction time. Mickey Pierce with the win light. Kenny Hires will stage up next. Kenny Hires going at the racetrack right now. Marcus on the right in the moto bar. Kenny Hires in the S10 pickup truck. Win light gonna come on for Marcus Cruz. 1374 to 1369. Kenny Hires breaks it out. 1196 on the 1201. Marcus has a better reaction time. Marcus gets the win light. Troy McMahon coming up next. 1178 the dial-in for the Mustang on the Lucas Oil side. 1182 the dial-in on the right-hand side for Dallas Berger. Troy McMahon at 1178 with a 3 on 1178, 036 tree. Dallas had him on the reaction time, 007, but breaks it out, 1179 with an 8 on 1182. Took 54 thousandths to stripe and needed to take 32 or less. So Troy McMahon will go to round number 3. gentlemen, here comes your final and junior dragsters. So Ryan Cook, Budweiser side of the racetrack, 1190 the dial. Mason Copeland, left side, 939 the dial. This is your final and junior dragster. Right hand side will go first by 2.51 seconds. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. Xander, Ryan Cook, right hand side. Mason Copeland, left hand side. Win line, coming on for Cook. 1195 on an 1190 and an 010 tree to back it up. Mason Copeland going 949 on a 939. So he'll score the runner-up spot here today. And congratulations to the Cook family for bringing home the victory. And also to Copeland for the runner-up. Final call for Super Pro, round 1 and 2 for round number 3. Final call for Pro ET, round 3, round for lanes 3 and 4. Sportsmen, you can bring it back to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, you can come back to lanes 5 and 6.
Well, we got some downtime. Again, we want to talk about our sponsors here in just a second. Glad everyone's jumped on board and joining us here at Gainesville Raceway. It is a little warm out there. I think the last time they done the track temperature, I believe they said that it was 145 or 48, somewhere around there. So while they're doing some track prep, we want to thank Miracle Automotive and Towing, located in Stark, Florida, and also McClenny for jumping on board with On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. Hey, if you're having car problems, you don't have to pray for a miracle. All you got to do is pick up that telephone and call Miracle for all your automotive needs at 904-368-1114. We also want to mention On the Spot Lawn Maintenance. Hey, full service lawn care just for you? Give David a call at 904-966-1633. And of course, not last, Harry Business. Getting a little bit more track prep done and getting some stuff loaded off the track. We will be going back into the next round of eliminations for Pro.
Seaton Custom Pro ET coming to the water right here. Jerry Gilder. Dan Young in the Firebird dial 643. 656 to dial for Jerry Gilder in the Vega, so the Vega will go first left side. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack, only 8,000ths of a second, separated in reaction times. Advantage left side, win line right side. Double breakout. Dan Young breaks it out by 5,000ths. Jerry Gilder breaks it out by 41,000ths. Excuse me, 41,000ths. He took 44,000ths a strike and only had 3,000. They're behind. Dan Young moves to round number 4. How about Glenn Guthrie and Trip McCarty? Guthrie, the Chevy powered RX-7, dials in at 640. 620 to dial in for the big time S10 for Trip McCarty out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, McCarty Auto Parts. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Glenn Guthrie, the better light, left side, win line, right side. 5,000ths breakout for Glenn Guthrie. Trip McCarty takes advantage. 024 tree, 624 on a 620, 639 with a 5 on a 640 is a 5,000ths heartbreaker of a breakout for Glenn Guthrie. Took 63,000. Stripe needed to take 58 or less. Our next pair of Max Porter and Dan Schindler-Bauer. Schindler-Bauer and Mopar dial in 735 right hand side. 626 to dial in for Max Porter in the Georgia-based S10. So right side will go first by 1.09 seconds. Red light from Max Porter, that'll send Dan Schindler-Bauer around number next. How about 735 with a 1 on a 735 or no 24 325 pack? Max Porter breaks it out by about 27,000ths after turn on the red light. John Dwayne and Travis Marchand, a couple of the quicker Camaros out here at Gainesville and Pro ET. Dwayne dialing in the small block 94 Camaro at 617, so he'll get the head start from the big block Camaro of Travis Marchand. That's the 69 car on the right-hand side. 593 his dial-in. So John Dwayne will go first by 2400ths of a second. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Advantage John Dwayne, win light John Dwayne. 500ths above for Travis Marchand. 200ths above for John Dwayne. Dwayne out by the reaction time on 300ths of a second, and John Dwayne going to round number 4. Bob Oxton and Leah Tadaro coming up next. A couple of unconventional race car hot rods. Leah Tadaro, the 1974 Chevy van, small block Chevy power, 750 to dial in. Bob Oxton looking for 7 flat on his dial in the big block Chevy pickup truck. Once again, sportsman drivers, I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman drivers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman drivers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro Bike, lane 7, please. Super Pro Bike, lane 7, please. We're like going to come on here for Leah Tadaro. Bob Oxton breaks it out, 690 on a 7 flat. 746 on a 750 for Leah Tadaro. Tadaro with the better reaction time and breaks out less. How about an LS10 battle? And Knapp against Ryan Norton. Norton, the Inverness, Florida-based S10 on the right. And Knapp, the Homosassa, Florida-based S10 on the left. The Mom Dime on a 714 dial. The LS Trunk on a 665 dial. Left side goes first. And Knapp turns on the red light. That'll move Ryan Norton to the next round. 665 is dial. 663 with an 8 is his run. And Knapp slows to a 788 after turn on the cherry. Mark Horton, our next pair out. Mark Horton, the higher-only Camaro left side, 675 dial. He'll give the head start to George Emanuel, small block Nova, 767 dial in right side. And Mark Horton in a heap of trouble as Emanuel's got him on the ropes on reaction time. Win light going on for Mark Horton. Both of them break out. George Emanuel going under by over 500s. Mark Horton going under by 33 thousandths. Double breakout, 20 thousandths of a second margin going to Mark Horton. He escapes the noose in round 3. An all-Mustang battle coming up next. Chris Parisi and Gage Birch. Gage Birch, the silver Mustang, dial 638. He'll swing the head start to Chris Parisi. The 2020 Mustang GT 770 dial in right side. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. The whole shot. Left-hand side, win light, left-hand side. Gage Birch 643 on a 638, 028 tree, had lots of room. Parisi goes 777 on a 770. He was behind on the tree and the car slowed down a little bit. So Gage Birch took advantage and we'll go to round number 4. How about Brendan George, Scott DeLeon? Bellevue, Florida, 1980 Malibu, small block Chevy for power, 678 dial in right side. Brendan George, 1992 Mustang, 434 cubic inches of pump gas, small block Chevy. He's looking for 635 dial in. We are clean and green here, and Brendan George in control on reaction time, left side, win light, left-hand side. Scott DeLeon crossing first, but breaking out by a bunch as Brendan George had him on the ropes on reaction times. 014 tree, 636 on a 635 to put up 26 total. Brendan George going to round number 4 in Big Juicy. How about Big John Rollins and Robert Simpson? Couple former Gainesville track champions will stage up a pair of Novas right here in round number 3. Robert Simpson, the Jacksonville, Florida-based small block Nova, 767 the dial in right side. 615 the dial in for Big John Rollins out of High Springs, Florida. The Rollins Element of Speed custom backed 1972 Nova. 434 cubic inches of Chevrolet NASCAR heads on top. Yeah, he took some heads from Hendrick Motorsports and they threw it at this Nova and it's made it a screamer. The difference in dial-ins, 1.52 seconds. That'll be the advantage that Robert Simpson will go first with, and then Big John Rollins will try to chase him down. We are clean and green, and John Rollins clocks a 000 reaction time with light. John Rollins, 617 on a 615. 000 reaction time. Robert Simpson had no chance. 768 on a 767, 044 tree, and was 30 thousandths behind. Big John Rollins to round number 4. Michael Hart and Mickey Pierce going at it right here. Michael Hart with a 002 reaction time in his pocket, left side, win light, going right side as Hart breaks it out by 3 thousandths, takes 75 thousandths of stripe and breaks it out 3. Mickey Pierce, 731 on the 729, 054 tree, he'll get the win light, go to round number 4. How about Mike Gaffney and Mark Van Gillian, our final pair of round number 3. The Melrose, Florida resident dialing 690 on the right side, 699 for Gaffney on the left side. Van Gillian, how about Mike Gaffney was ready? 006 green and breaks it out, 695 on a 699. Mark goes 688 on a 690 after turning the cherry on by 9 thousandths. Here's your final pair, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, Dan Saunders throws down 8 total to get the possible buy run, and instead he gets Jeff Gatlin. Talk about the raw end of that deal. The 71 Monte Carlo dials 853, GTO dials 860. They will leave almost together. 700s is the difference in their dial-ins. And Dan Saunders turns the red line on. That will end his day in Pro ET. Jeff Gatlin goes to round number 4. He's 051 on the tree and a 10th above. That looks like a PJ Gatlin run. Once again, I need sportsmen. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Gentlemen, the semifinals in Super Pro by Tim Hunt and John Upthegrove. Upthegrove dial 560 on the right, 579 dial in for Tim Hunt. Both of them clean and green. Hunt in control on a double 09 reaction time left side win line. Left side on a double breakout. Hunt going 578 with an 8. He's 2 thou under. 551 with a 7 on a 560 for John Upthegrove. He's 83 thousandths under. Tim Hunt goes to the final. And he will face this man right here, Mike Lekowski, who gets the bye run in the semis. So that's your final, Mike Lekowski and Tim Hunt for Super Pro Motorcycle. So Lekowski gets the single here. He can just break the beams and take it easy, but it looks like he's going to stage up and try. Turns it red, 30 thousandths. That's okay, it's a tune-up run. 554 and a 559, so he's under by about 4.5 hundredths. He'll make the adjustments necessary and come back to race Tim Hunt, the final of Super Pro Motorcycle, brought to us by Allen Speed Machine Shop. That'll move us into round number 3 of Flying Ride Trailer Sales, Super Pro. So Super Pro drivers, load up, please. Super Pro drivers, load up, please. first in the 1967 Camaro left-hand side. 640 to dial in. 641 to dial in for Tommy Campbell in the 87 Camaro out of Fleming Island, Florida, right-hand side. This will kickstart Flying Barn Trailer Sales round number 3 Super Pro action. And the two are dialed only 1/100th apart, so the Christmas tree will come down looking almost even. Time left side, 634 on a 640. He'll get the win line as Tommy Campbell turned at 3,000 red. Spencer chassis. Check out the dialing board. 456. That means he'll swing a big head start to Will Highhouse in his dragster out of Middleburg, Florida. 538 to dial in. The difference between the two, 82/100ths of a second, which in dragsters, that's a decent amount because normally it's not more than a tenth or two between. And Will Highhouse rolls through the beams. So Joe Wells will get a single pass to round number 4. How about 456 with a 2 on a 456? Activated, that'll give the win on the right-hand side. 544 on a 522 dial in Matrison. Let go before the tree was activated, and the right-hand side will get the win. Our next pair, Victor Burns and Ken Grant. Two-face, right-hand side, 629 to dial, 665 dialing for Victor Burns and the CUDA. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Victor Burns, the better reaction time left-hand side. Win right, going right-hand side, double breakout. Ken Grant breaks it out by 21 thousandths. Victor Burns makes it out by 42 thousandths. Win right going to Ken Grant, he'll will take two face to round number 4. Now about Todd Osting and Darren Vasquez. Vasquez, the S10 pickup truck, $557 right side. $490 to dial in left-hand side for Osting's blown small block dragster. He'll give up the head start to Vasquez. Vasquez with a better reaction time over Osting and makes him pay for it. 1 thou breakout for Vasquez, 100 breakout for Todd Osting. Vasquez takes 5 thou stripe and gets the win line on a double breakout. Our next pair, J.D. Kelly and Michael Carpenter. Carpenter, left-hand side of the dragster, down 493. 630 to dial in for the high one and NASCAR small block underneath the hood of the 86 Daytona of J.D. Kelly. Carpenter breaks it out by 19 thousandths. Carpenter 009 on the tree. J.D. Kelly 16 on the tree. A good double breakout race, and this one goes to Michael Carpenter. Well, James Butter Jr., otherwise known as Junior Butter, 577 to dial in for the third gen Camaro on Luke's whole side. He'll give the head start to Craig Spell, the big block powered S10 pickup truck out of Jacksonville. 642 to dial in on the right-hand side. Spell will lead first by 65 hundredths of a second. Butter turns on the red light by 2 thousandths of a second. Spell 17 on the tree and breaks it out 638 with an 8 on 642. Butter goes 6 thou under after the 002 heartbreaker. Gavin Hamby, the Divton, Georgia-based S10 pickup truck, 661 to dial in, 490 to dial in for Trey Butter. So the dragster driver will give up 1.71 seconds of handicap advantage to the S10. He's under by 3 thousandths. Trey Butter goes 487 with an 8 on a 490. He's 22 thousandths under. Double breakout difference, 19 thousandths of a second for Gavin Hamby. He takes the S10 to round 4. Speaking of S10s, here comes the next one. Keith Collins, small block S10 out of Keystone Heights, Florida, KC Automotive. 625 dial-in. Mike Minacci, 522 to dial-in for the Ocala, Florida-based big block dragster. Clean and green on both sides of the light. Mike Minacci slightly out reaction time and wins the double breakout. 518 with an 8 on a 22 is 32 thousandths under. Keith Collins goes 621.7 on a 625. That's 33 thousandths under. The difference of the breakouts is 1 1/1000th of a second. That swings to Mike Bonacci. Couple of Georgia residents coming up for this next pair. Ryan Barnes and Dallas Berger. Berger out of Sumner, Georgia. The 68 Camaro dials in 693. 636 to dial in for Ryan Barnes in the Oldsmobile. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes our next pair, Gage Birch and Jim Barbera. Barbera, the 1966 Nova. 687 to dial in. He'll get the head start from Gage Birch. 638 to dial in for the Mustang driver on the left-hand side out of Palmetto, Florida. The difference in the dial-ins, 49/100ths of a second. That'll swing Barbera's way, so he'll get one light bulb on the Christmas tree head start over Gage Birch. And the red light on for Barbera. That'll move Birch on to the next round as Jim turns it red by 0.03 of a second. Gage is 021 green and 636.2 on a 638. John Dwayne and Daniel Young. Our next pair out. Young and the Firebird, 643 dialing on the Budweiser side. John Dwayne dialing in 692. Attention in the bids, attention in the bids. I need street bike. Street bike to the lanes, please. Street bike. Street bike, I need you to the lanes, please. Street bike. Street bike, I need you to the lanes, please. I need super gas to lanes 1 and 2. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. John Upthegrove, we are missing you. John Upthegrove, I need you to the lanes, please. John Wayne cuts a perfect reaction time left-hand side and doesn't get the win light. Dan Young on a double breakout. 642.0 on a 643, 013 tree. John Wayne took 28 thousandths to strike to break it out by 25 thousandths. He needed to take a little bit less to stay ahead of Daniel Young. But a trip zip reaction time goes for naught. Once again, I need super gas. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2. Super gas. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas. Win line coming on here for Mike Gaffney. Mike Gaffney going 701 on a 697 001. getting the win over Michael Hart. He'll go to the next round. And here comes our final pair from Super Pro. Once again, I'm looking for Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman, I need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Pro ET, cool them and fuel them and bring it back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro ET, cool them and fuel them and bring it back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Once again, I need Super Gas. Super Gas for round number 2 to lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas. Super Gas, round number 2, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, I need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. We are cleaning green between Lauren Edwards and Brendan George. Edwards with the better light, but Brendan George getting the better of a double breakout at 489 on a 491. He's 18 thousandths under. Lauren Edwards goes 552 with a 6 out of 556. She's 34 thousandths under. 16 thousandths margin of victory going to Brendan George. He will advance short bus to round number 4. So ladies and gentlemen, that'll wrap up round number 3 of Flying by Trailers Hills Super Pro action. That'll move us over into the Allen Speed Machine Shop round number 3 of Street Bike. That'll be followed by round number 2 of Super Gas. So we have a test pass here for Grayson right on the left-hand side, the dragster. of street bike. Jeremy Davis and Tim Hunt. Hunt already into the final of Super Pro bike, looking to keep things rolling on the other side. And will do so as Jeremy slows 13:35 on a 12:81. Tim Hunt goes 9:66 on a 9:53, 0:29 tree. That's good enough for him to play in round number 4. How about John Up the Grove and Dwayne Leachman? They will match up to see who will face Tim Hunt in the final of street bike. Couple of 8-second motorcycles. John Up the Grove out of Keystone Heights, 860 to the downwind right side. 895 for King of the Track, Dwayne Leachman. Leachman will lead first by 35 hundredths of a second, and John Up the Grove will play catch up. And we have double red lights, and this time True Start favors Leachman, 005 red to 014 red. So even in the old format, Leachman would have left first and automatically got the red light. In this case, the system did the math, and Leachman will get the win. Both of them coast down the racetrack, and it'll be Dwayne Leachman against Tim Hunt, the final of Super Pro Motorcycle. Final call for Super Gas. Final call for Super Gas. We're about to run round number 2, and we don't want to do it without you. Final call for Super Gas. Final call for Super Gas. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro ET, round number 4. Pro ET, round number 4. Bring them to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro ET, round number 4. Pro ET, round number 4. Association Super Gas. Jeff Ashley and Mike Beck. Win light, going up for Mike Beck again in the Falcon. 10 on the tree, 629 to a 5 on a 630. He's out by 5 thousandths. Jeff Ashley in the Camaro, 623 with a 3 3, he breaks it out by 67 thousandths. Better reaction time to Mike Beck, win light to Mike Beck. He goes to round number 3. Ken Buckner and Jason McCandless. Our next pair up, McCandless in the Corvette on the left, out of Naples, Florida. The Georgia, the home state for Ken Buckner, and the 68 Camaro on the right-hand side. Both of them let go clean and green, and Buckner in control on a 004 reaction time win line. Going on left-hand side as McCandless goes 625 with a 9. He's 41 thousandths under. Ken Buckner goes 623 with an 8. He's 62 thousandths under. Took 37 thousandths to stripe and needed to take less or get behind. The 004 reaction time does no good for Ken Buckner. He's on the trailer. Darius Portier and Mike Sully. Our next pair up. Sully in the little Olds Cutlass Sierra. 630 dial in for him out of Naples. Columbia, South Carolina for Darius Portier, left side. 5 were dialed in at 630. Both on the way clean and green, 3,000ths of a second separate them on reaction times. Advantage Sully, win line Portier. 630 with an 8 on a 630-023 tree. That is 31 total. Sully had 5 thousandths to get there and ended up behind by 12 thou. 631 on a 630. Good race, 12 thou margin of victory going to Darius Portier left side. Well, Jason DeWitt and Roy DeWitt. A couple of DeWitts going at it right here. Georgia-based hot rods on both sides. 57 Chevy for Roy. 68 Camaro for Jason. One of them is going to go to round 3 and one of them is going to park it right here after this matchup. And this one will be good. 2 thousandths of a second separate him. DeWitt on the left gets out of the groove. And Roy DeWitt breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second in the 57 Chevy. Jason DeWitt got out of the groove and got loose. And then to watch as Roy breaks it out going 629 with a 6 on a 630. He's 4 thousandths under. Jason DeWitt a 755 on a 630. A 008 tree. So Jason DeWitt goes to round number 3. Alright, so we're waiting on our final pair of Super Gas cars to get suited up for this round. And then we will run round number 3 of Sportsman Eliminator. Once again, I need round number 4 of Pro ET. Round number 4 of Pro ET. I need you to do the lanes, please. Round number 4 of Pro ET. Need you to do the lanes, please. So Ken Grant, Michelle Linsby, our final pair in round number 2 of Super Gas. And Michelle goes red in the Corvette. That'll move Ken Grant on to round number 3 in both Super Gas and round number 4 of Super Pro. 629 with a 7 for the Nova on the left. 629 with a 0 for Linsby, but she turned it red. Here's your bye run for this round. This is Ryan Barnes. Sportsmen, load up, please. Sportsmen, load up, please. Sportsmen drivers, load up, please. Barnes with a 006 reaction time, 626 with a 2 on the 630 dial on his single. He will move to round number 3 of Super Gas. That'll take us to round number 4. Round number 3 of Sportsman Eliminator. And this will officially be the final class for round number 3 of competition. We need round number 4 of Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Round number 4 of Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Round number 4 of Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Round number 4 of Pro ET. I'm missing a few of you. Round number 4 of Pro ET. I need 13 cars, and it looks like I'm missing a couple. Battle to start round number 3 of Sportsman Chris Parisi and Troy McMahon. Parisi, 1192 on the right, 1178 for Troy McMahon on the left. Win light, Chris Parisi. 1194 on 1192, 017 tree. That puts together 42 pack. Troy McMahon runs dead on his 1178 diamond with a 6, but an 054 tree combined to leave him 18,000 short. Chris Parisi to round number 4. Mitchell Gunner and Clint Wilson are our next pair. The streamer for Albany Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. Mitchell Gunner dialing in 1283 in his Charger. We'll get that started for Clint Wilson 68 Nova. 11 flat to dial in. That's the base. You can't dial any faster in Sportsman. The small block powered 68 Nova on the right side. We have red lights on both sides and Mitchell Gunner will get the advantage of True Star here. He's 17 red. Clint Wilson turns it 140 red. 1286 on a 1283 for Mitchell Gunner. Wilson goes 1159, lifting at just 88 miles an hour. Jay Dickinson and Mark Gillian, our next pair. Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia. The 1986 Chevy dials in at 1746. He'll get the big head start from Mark Gillian. Melrose, Florida-based 1994 Corvette driver, 1275 dial-in. The difference in the dial-ins, 4.71 seconds. That goes to Jay Dickinson. He's off. Now Bart will wait his turn. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Mark Gillian on a 1275 dial. Jay Dickinson on a 1746 dial-in. Dickinson out in front. Mark Gillian trying to get around the finish line, says Mark Gillian. 1/10 above his 1275 dial at 93 miles an hour, 044 reaction time. Jay Dickinson goes 1751 on a 1746. But an 800's better reaction time for Bart Van Gillian got him to the finish line 30 thousandths in front. Monica Roberts and Mickey Pierce, our next pair up. Mickey Pierce dialing in the 82 Camaro out of Lakeland, Florida at 11:51. He'll give the head start to Miss Monica Roberts. The 95 Camaro based out of Ocala, Florida, 12:59 to dial in. She'll lead first by 1.08 seconds of handicap, and then Mickey Pierce will try to chase her down. Final call for Pro ET. Final call for Pro ET. I need you to the lanes for round number 4, please. Final call for Pro ET. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Monica Roberts on a 12:59 dial. Mickey Pierce on an 11:51 dial. Reaction time advantage left side, win line left hand side. 12:68 on a 12:59, 11:87 on an 11:51 as Pierce slows, and Monica Roberts. 002 reaction time will go to the next round. Marcus Cruz and Dan Sawyer's our next pair. The 71 Monte Carlo driver right lane dial on 13:35. 13:74 for Marcus Cruz out of McClenny, Florida, left hand side. I need my final and street bike to report to the lanes, please. Or final and Super Pro bike is there. Final and street bike, I need to come back around when you get a chance, please. Dan Sawyer's picking up the win over Marcus Cruz. 13:35 on a 13:35, 064 tree. Marcus had him by 1/10 of a second, took 19 and broke out by 5 thousandths. So that will move Dan Sawyer's to the next round. And here's your Byra, Jacob Weibel. The Camaro driver had a 12 reaction time last time, so that got him the buy run here. He's 004 on this let go. Looking for 1385 on the dial-in board. And he goes 1391 at 103 miles an hour. And that will officially wrap up round number 3 action. So our final and Super Pro bike in the staging lanes. All right, final call for Pro ET. Final call for Pro ET. We are missing one driver. Pro ET, we are missing one driver. Pro ET, we need 13 and we only have 12. We're missing one driver. Super Pro, I need you back to the lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, I need you back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, I need you back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Mickey Pierce, we are starting round 4 of Pro ET and we need you. Mickey Pierce, we are starting round number 4 of Pro ET and we need you here. Round 4 of Super Pro, I need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Round 4 of Super Pro, I need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, cool them and fuel them and bring them back and you are on a ladder. Sportsman, cool them and fuel them and bring them back and you are on a ladder. We are down to 13 cars remaining. We have all 13 in the lanes. Let's start it out with a couple of hitters. Dan Young and Mark Horton, both former national champions. Mark Horton, an NHRA bracket national champion. Dan Young, an IHRA stock eliminator national champion. Titanic battle on the starting line right now. Mark Horton dialing 675 in the Camaro on the left. Dan Young dialing 642 in the Firebird on the right. One of them will go to the quarterfinal round and one of them will go on the trailer. We are clean and green, 2,000ths of a second, separate them. Advantage Dan Young, win light, Dan Young. 643 on a 642. Mark breaks it out by 14,000ths of a second. Took 30 a stripe and broke it out by 14. Dan Young, 15 tree. Mark Horton, 17 tree. Both of them came to play that round, and Dan Young goes to the quarterfinals. Our next pair, Dan Schindler-Bauer and Jeff Gatlin. Gatlin in the GTO dialed 858, 735 for the Mopar on the right side. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Schindler-Bauer with the better reaction time. Advantage right side, win line, right side. 739 out of 735. Gatlin slows to run a tenth above his 858 index at an 029 tree. Dan Schindler-Bauer will take the Jacksonville Florida-based Mopar to round number 5. Once again, sportsman drivers, I need the final 6 to come back to the lanes, please. Sportsman drivers, final 6 drivers, I need you back. You will be on a ladder. Sportsman drivers, I need you back to lanes 5 and 6, and please leave some space between you so we can get you paired up for the ladder. Super Pro, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Competitors. Attention super gas competitors. Your ladder for round number 3 will be at Jeff Ashley's trailer. Super gas competitors, round number 3 combatants. Your ladder will be at Jeff Ashley's trailer. So please make sure you go and visit that so you know who you will pair up with before you come to the lanes when I call you. Super Pro, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. I am missing 6 of you. Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2. I am missing 6 of you. Next pair, Brendan George and Leah Tadaro. Tadaro, the Chevy van, dialed 748. Brendan George dialing in the big juicy Mustang at 633. control on reaction time on this one. Advantage left side, win light left side. Brendan George, 647 on a 633, takes 2 thou straight. Lead it to Darrow, 4 above for 748 dialing. But Brendan George had almost a tenth of a second in reaction time advantage, and that gets him the round win. Our next pair, Ryan Norton and Gage Birch. North out 664 in the truck, 637 for Gage Birch in the Mustang. And Gage Birch turns on the red light by 1/1000th of a second. Ryan Norton, no 22 tree, dead on 729 pack. Gage Birch breaks it out by almost 400ths of a second after turning the red light on by a measly 1/1000th of a second. Talk about agonizing. John Dwayne and Trick McCarty. McCarty in the Tub Desk Head pickup truck left side, 630 dialing for the Georgia-based Hot Rod. He'll get a slight head start, 1100ths of a second from John Dwayne. The Jacksonville Ford-based small block wheel standing 94 Camaro, 619 the dial-in Budweiser side. So Trick McCarty will go first left-hand lane, and then John Dwayne will give chase. John Dwayne, 28 on the tree, dead on 5, 33 total. That gave Trip McCarty 4/1000ths of stripe to take, and he took 8 thou to break down by 4. Talk about a tight race. 1 thou separates him on the starting line, 8 thou separate him on the finish line. John Dwayne will go to the quarterfinals. Here's your final pair of round number 4 of Ron's Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. Mike Gaffney and Mickey Pierce. Pierce still doing battle in Sportsman Eliminator. We'll see you at the small block Camaro at 736 on the dialing board. Mike Gaffney will give him the head start. The 1978 Gremlin, or 77, depending on which tech card you look at. Small block Chevy for power, 695 his dial-in. Right side leaves first by 4100ths of a second. And Mickey Pierce turns it red by a lot. He left before the third light ever came on, and that will swing the win light to Gaffney. 50 on the tree, dead on 5, 55 total. That will move Gaffney into round number 5 of Pro ET. Here comes Big John Rollins, who so far has laid down 3 000 reaction times, 2 of them on the top, 1 on the bottom. He's taking this one right here to the round of 7 cars remaining. The Hendrick SB2 headed small block Chevrolet 72 Nova, dials in 614. And John Rollins stays sharp by being 006 on the tree and shuts it down to not show his hand. 642 with just 87 miles an hour, but John Rollins, after being trip zip last round, let's go to be 006. Ladies and gentlemen, that'll wrap up round number 4 of Ron's Automotive Speed Custom Pro ET. We are now looking for 15 cars in Super Pro for round number 4, the Flying by Trailer Sales Super Pro action. And gentlemen, here comes your final in Allen Speed Machine Shop Super Pro motorcycle. This is the 8th mile motorcycle category. Blikowski out of Fleming Island, Florida will represent left-hand side. 555 is Dylan. He'll face Tim Hunt also in the final round of street bike. The Kawasaki out of Boynton Beach, Florida, dialing in 579. Alright, so we are all set. The final round in Super Pro Motorcycle brought to us by Allen Speed Machine Shop. Tim Hunt on the right, Mike Blikowski on the left. We are cleaning green, 5,000ths of a second separating them. Advantage, Tim Hunt on the right side. Red light, coming on the right hand side. Tim Hunt, 14 green, 580 with a 6 on a 579. That's 30 total. They gave Mike Blikowski 11 thousandths to get to the stripe first, and instead he gets behind by 15 thousandths. 557 with a 6 on a 555. Do the math, and that's 45 thousandths. So 30 back, beating 45 back. Tim Hunt has one down and is looking for round number 2, possible double on the way. In reach for Tim Hunt is going to come back and run the final of street bike. Ladies and gentlemen, first pair out of Super Pro. Craig Spell coming up right hand side. The S10 truck dial 638. Joe Wells dialing 456 in the Spencer chassis dragster left hand side. And Wells turns on the cherry by 4,000ths of a second to send Craig Spell to the round of 8. 644 on a 638 for the S10. 455 with a 9 on a 456. 1 thou under for Joe Wells just to pour salt in the wound after he lit it up 4 thou early. Mike Fiddler coming up out of Summerfield, the 73 Plymouth Scamp, 451 cubic inches of Dodge power plant, 649 dialing. Gavin Vasquez and Carpenter staging up right here. Vasquez in the truck dial 556. Carpenter got the rail dialed in at 493. 001 tree for Vasquez. 13 for Carpenter. Advantage right side. Win line right side. 557-2 on a 556. That's 13 total. Carpenter had to go dead on with a 0 to even have a chance, and instead he goes 2 above, dropping out. That is a titanic battle. 13 on the tree, and you've got to be dead on 0 and hope the 10,000s go your way. Derek Vasquez to round number next. Mike Benacci and Dallas Berger on our next pair. 692 the outlet on the 68 Camaro out of Sumner, Georgia right side. Mike Benacci, the mechanic out of Ocala, Big Block Chevy Dragster, 518 dial in left side. The difference in dial-ins, 1.74 seconds. That swings Dallas Berger's way. He'll get a clean tree head start before the dragster gives pursuit. We are clean and green, 006 to a 19. Advantage Dallas Berger. Win line, Dallas Berger. Dead on, 1 above 0. 693 on a 692, 006 tree. That's 16 total. Mike Benacci is 19th out on the tree and mathematically ineligible. He's wasting fuel. Benacci, 1 above, no good. 31 pack gets you sent home. Dallas Berger to the next round. How about Daniel Young and Gage Birch? Couple of young guns going at it right here. Dan Young, right side, in the X-Stalker. 643 dial in on the Firebird. 637 the dial in for Gage Birch in the PJ Bianchi, formerly owned Mustang. And red light for Daniel Young by 16 thousandths. He is eliminated from this round of Super Pro. Gage Birch, 007 on the tree and coasts to a 651 on a 637. He'll come back for the latter round of Super Pro. George and Mike Gaffney will be our final pair at Super Pro this round. Gaffney dialed 695 in the AMC. George dials in the Mullis chassis dragster at 489. And this one is all over but the client, Brendan George, a huge hole shot and a win light for short bus. 491 on a 489, 11 on the tree. Brendan George had Mike Gaffney doubled up as Gaffney missed the tree and goes 3 above. So that will move Brendan George into the latter round in Super Pro. Here comes your final pair. As I misspoke, as I believe we are missing one Super Pro car. So Ken Grant and Keith Collins. No, this is not Keith Collins actually. This is Nick Brown. Nick Brown in the 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. On the left side of the racetrack, he will face a tough one. Ken Grant out of Ty, Georgia. The car known as Two-Face because it sports a couple different paint jobs. It was cosmetically altered recently. Big Block Chevy for power in the 1973 Nova. 627 his dial-in. 634 the dial-in for Nick Brown. So they will leave 7/8 of a second apart. Left side gets the lead first. And a red light for Nick Brown. Ken Grant will take the Nova to the next round. 3 of Super Gas. I need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Round number 3 of Super Gas. Round number 3 of Super Gas. I need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Round number 3 of Super Gas. Round number 3 of Super Gas. I need you to the lanes, please. I need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. I have 3 of you. I need 3 more. Sportsman, I'm looking for 6 total, and I only have 3. I need the other 3. So Sportsman, if you are still alive, cool them and fuel them and bring them to lanes 5 and 6 so we can get you paired up, please. Pro ET, cool them and fuel them and bring them back to the lanes, please. Pro ET, cool them and fuel them and bring them back to the lanes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes your final into street bike, brought to us by Allen Speed Machine Shop. As we will run Tim Hunt and Dwayne Leachman. Tim Hunt already picked up the win in Super Pro bike. He's looking for the possible double, but the king of the track from earlier this year, Dwayne Leachman, looking to dispatch him on an 896 dial-in Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Tim Hunt on the right, Dwayne Leachman on the left. Better reaction time going to Tim Hunt. Can he label down the double? Yes, he does. 954 on a 947, 027 tree. That locks out Dwayne Leachman's 160 reaction time. So ladies and gentlemen, Tim Hunt, congratulations. He has doubled up and won both motorcycle classes here today at Gainesville Raceway. A hearty congratulations to him as he gets to sport 2 trophies in the Gainesville Raceway winner's circle. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. I have 5 cars and I'm missing 1. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. I have 5 cars and I'm missing 1. Final call for Sportsman. Okay, looks like we have all 6 of our drivers and Sportsman accounted for. I am looking for Super Gas, round 3, Super Gas, round 3, each to the lanes, please. Super Gas, round 3, Super Gas, round 3, to the lanes, please. here in Allen Speed Machine Shop. Sportsman Eliminator, our first pair, already done. Mitchell Gunner turns the red light on by 39 thousandths. That'll move Chris Parisi to the semis. The Mustang looking for 1192 and goes 1194. All right, our next pair. Jacob Weigel going up against Dan Sawyers. Sawyers in the Monte Carlo. Weigel in the Camaro got 1390, 1334 for Dan Sawyers. Advantage right-hand side, win line right-hand side. 1396 on a 1390 for Jacob, 22 down harder than victory. Dan Sawyers missed the tree, and although he's closer to his dial-in, Jacob Weigel will go to the semi-final round in his Camaro. Gilliam and Monica Roberts, our final pair. Monica dial 1259, 1276 the dial in for Bart Payne-Gillian. Advantage left-hand side, win light, Monica Roberts. She was just 002 on the tree last round. She's 10 this time. 1261 on a 1259, that's 30 total. That makes Bart Payne-Gillian's 061 tree mathematically ineligible. And he breaks it out just for good measure. Monica Roberts will go to the semifinals. She was 10 on the tree, Phil. 10, 010. After 002, tell her to slow down a little bit. So Monica Roberts will get the buy run at 3 cars in Sportsman, and that means that Chris Parisi will race Jacob Weigel in the semifinals of Sportsman. Once again, I'm looking for Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Looking for Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4. Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4, please. Attention to the bids, attention to the bids. Dan Schindlebauer, we are missing you for the quarterfinal round of Pro ET. We need you to the lanes, please. Dan Schindlebauer with the Way Mopar. We need you to the lanes, please. 630 with a 5 on the 630. So the Falcon driver keeps the winning ways going, and he will go to round number next. That'll bring up a exercise in differences. Jason McCandless and Ken Grant. The Nero Corvette Super Gas specific build with maximum visibility. They call these topless roadsters. And basically it's designed to where there isn't as much aerodynamic drag. There's no windshield, there's no top. So the driver has best visibility, and that is Jason McCandless is right. Naples, Florida-based vet. 630 is what he's looking for. Ken Grant in two-face, the 1973 Big Block Nova on the Budweiser side of the racetrack out of Ty, Georgia. He's still kicking butt in Super Pro, looking to make another round happen here in Super Gas. And will do so as McCandless turns it red, and Ken Grant will go to the next round. 630 with a 9 on the 630 at 116 for Ken Grant. Matches the index and will go to the next round. McCandless goes 628 after red lights. Attention in the pits, I need Super Pro. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for your ladder round. Super Pro. Super Pro, I need you to lanes 1 and 2 for your ladder round. Super Pro. Super Pro, I need you to lanes 1 and 2 for your ladder round. Here comes your final pair in round number 3 of Super Gas. This is Jeff Ashley and Jason DeWitt. DeWitt in the Camaro on the right side out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. Garden City, Georgia, left side for Jeff Ashley. Actually, I apologize, that is Ryan Barnes in Jeff Ashley's Cutlass. And we are clean and green, 3/1000 of a second separating them. Barnes out front, left side, win light, right side. Barnes breaks it out by 2/1000 of a second after an 18 tree. 15 tree for Jason DeWitt, 636 on a 630. The Camaro driver will pick up the win via the Barnes red line, or the Barnes breakout. Once again, I need Super Pro. Super Pro, back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro. Super Pro, back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Ladies and gentlemen, round number 5 of Bronze Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. Coming to the water box right now. We're going to start with Mike Gaffney and Brendan George. Once again, my Super Pro drivers, I need you to cool them and fuel them and bring them back to the lanes, please. You will be on a ladder, so please make sure you leave some space so we can get you paired up. Super Pro, when you bring them back to the lanes, please make sure you leave some space so we can get you paired up. So Brendan George and Mike Gaffney will get us started here. The first of 3 pairs for the quarterfinal round of Pro ET. Mike Gaffney, the 78 Gremlin small block Chevy Power, 697 the dial. Brendan George says, I like that small block Chevy in the non-Chevrolet body. I'll do the same thing with my Mustang. 633 dial in left side. Mike Gaffney, Brendan George will go to the semis. 11 on the tree and backs out of the gas to go 6:52. Gaffney goes 6:94 with a 1 after turning on the red light by 26 thousandths of a second. Now the raw fourth generation Camaro Firebird battle. Dan Young and John Dwayne are next pair up. John Dwayne, left side, the Jacksonville Florida-based wheel standing 94 Camaro, small off Chevy power, 619 the dial. He'll give the head start to Dan Young out of Bal Harbour, Florida, the former IHRA world champion and stock eliminator. 1997 Firebird, small off Chevy power, 643 dial in. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Dan Young with a slight advantage on the reaction time and gets a win. How about 6:43.0 on a 6:43.22 tree? That pushes John Dwayne into a breakout. He still doesn't get there first. Dan Young throws down 22 total to go to the semis. Dan Schindlerbauer and Ryan Norton, our final pair here in the quarterfinal action of Pro ET. Ryan Norton, the LS powered truck, 664 dial. The bar, 735 dial in. And we are clean and green on both sides, and Schindlerbauer in deep, deep trouble. Ryan Norton with a huge reaction time advantage and makes Schindlerbauer pay for it. 675 on a 664, that's 900ths above. Dan Schindlerbauer breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second and still doesn't get to the finish line first. Ryan Norton had over 1600ths of a second in reaction time advantage, and he makes Dan Schindlerbauer's late reaction time pay the price. So Ryan Norton will go to the semifinals. Here's our final guy who will make it to the semifinals. This is Big John Rollins. He has the bye run here, and he will just break the beam and back up. That's all you have to do on a bye run. You do not have to actually make the pass. You just need to break the beam under your own power. And because John wants to save the heat for the semifinals in Pro ET, he'll just back the vehicle up into the lanes and shut it off. Monica Roberts, I need you to the lanes, please. Monica Roberts, I need you to the lanes, please. Monica Roberts, I need you to the lanes, please, for the semifinals in Sportsman. Ladies and gentlemen, so we have a couple of drivers who were double entered, so we're waiting on those drivers to come back around. We're also waiting on our semi-finalist in Sportsman. Once again, I need Monica Roberts. Monica Roberts, I need you to the lanes, please. Monica Roberts. Monica Roberts, I need you to the lanes, please. load up, please. Sportsman drivers, load up, please. Sportsman, load up, please. For your semi-final action, sportsman drivers, load up, please. Sportsman drivers, load up, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are down to 3 cars. So 1 pair and 1 single. For the Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman Eliminator class, Monica Roberts sitting on the bye run. That'll put Chris Parisi and Jacob Wabo against each other to see who gets to face her in the finals. So Camaro versus Mustang, Ford versus Chevy, to see who faces the Camaro in the final. Will it be a Ford versus Chevy final, or will it be an all Camaro final? Semi-final action here in Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman Eliminator. Jacob Waybill and Chris Parisi battling it out to see who's going to face Monica Roberts in the final. Parisi dial 1194 on the right, 1393 on the left for Jacob. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Parisi on an 1194 dial in, 1393 dial in for Jacob Waybill and the Camaro on the left side. At the finish line, win line going to come on for Chris Parisi in a double breakout. 1193 with a 4 on an 1194. Jacob Waybill going 1384 on a 1393. He breaks it out by almost 900ths of a second. Parisi had a better reaction time, took 3 thou straight, and will get the win. So Chris Parisi will face this girl right here, Monica Roberts, in the final of Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman Eliminator. Not the first time these two have run each other. Monica getting the bye run here on the strength of her 002 reaction time. She's looking for a 12:59 on her dial-in board. I need my semi-finalists in Pro ET. Semi-finalists in Pro ET to come back when you can, please. Monica on a green light reaction time looking for 12:59 and goes 12:55. The car speeds up on her just a little bit. So now we will wait for a couple of double entered entries to come back around for Super Pro as they move into their quarterfinal round. 7 cars remaining there. And at this time we're going to do a little bit of racetrack touch-up before we send the next pair down the race track. So we're going to clean everything up here just a little bit, so we'll be down for a few minutes. Phil, tell Monica to work on reaction time for the final. 84. Yeah, in her own head. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so a little bit of track cleanup going on right now while we wait for our semifinalists and finalists to come back around. So once again, congratulations to Tim Hunt, who picked up not only the victory in street bike, but the win in Super Pro bike here. Doubled up on his victory. Brendan George, the last guy remaining other than Ken Grant, who is also doubled. Ken Grant is doubled in Super Gas and Super Pro. Brendan George doubled in Pro and Super Pro. So we still have the chance for doubles for 2 more drivers. We'll just have to see how that plays out as we get into the last 3 rounds of competition. We are down to the final round in Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman Eliminator as Chris Parisi will face Monica Roberts. We are down to the semifinals in Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. And we are getting the quarterfinal round of Super Pro ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, so your pairings in the semifinals of Pro ET will put John Rollins against Daniel Young. Ryan Norton will face Brendan George on the other side of the ladder. This round of Super Pro with 7 cars remaining, Derek Vasquez gets the bye run. Gage Birch will run Ken Grant. On the other side of the ladder, Dallas Berger will run Craig Spell, and Brendan George will run against Hamby. Those are your pairings on the remaining competition that we have. We are down to 3 cars in Super Gas. Ladies and gentlemen, out of the 3 matchups that we have on the books for Super Pro in this round, this one probably the most anticipated. to Ken Grant, the Big Block Power 1973 Nova 627 and dial it. He will face Gage Birch out of Palmetto, Florida. Mustang hatchback, left-hand side, 634, dial it. Gage Birch let go off the foot brake. Ken Grant let go off the trans brake. We are staged and ready. We are green lighted. 8 thousandths of a second. Set Raymond reaction times. Advantage Birch. Win light. Gage Birch. 635, 60, 634, 004 tree, 20 total. Ken Grant, 12 on the tree, 632 on a 627, as he falls behind by 43 thousandths, and Gage Birch will go to the semifinals. Our second pair to come to the water, Dallas Berger and Craig Spell. Dallas Berger out of Sumner, Georgia, the 1968 model Camaro. 692, the dial-in on Lucas Oil side. Half a second faster at 642 dial-in out of Jacksonville, Florida is Craig Spell. 1986 model West End pickup truck. Stage it up on the Budweiser side. So the difference in the 642 to 692 dial-ins is a half a second, 0.50. That is one light bulb on the Christmas tree, and that is Dallas Berger's handicap start that he will get, while Craig Spell will try to chase him down. And we have a double red light. 1,000th of a second, the win light going to Dallas Berger. 002 red. Craig Spell is 003 red. Both of them went for the throat and came up red. Dallas Berger 002 red. Craig Spell 003 red. Dallas Berger closer to the green light, and he will go to the semifinals. That will bring up Brendan George and Gavin Hamby. Used to make his living in High Springs, Florida, has since relocated south. The 2009 Mustang, or 2009 Mullis chassis, 555 cubic inches of big block Chevy on board. For the short bus nickname dragster, 489 dialing Gavin Hamby in the S10 truck down 660 right hand side. He turns it red by 9 thousandths. Brendan George 9 thousandths green. One now under for Brendan George. Dead on 4 for Gavin Hamby. That would have been a good race if we would have had green lights on both sides, but Gavin turned it 9 thou red. Brendan George will go to the semifinals in both categories, keeping the double alive for him. That will bring up your legal buy run. Derek Vasquez, the defending track champion in Super Pro. G&D Hydro Dipping backing his efforts. 2000 model West End pickup truck with a lot of cubic inches of big block Chevy. He is looking for 592 on the scoreboard. Super gas for your semifinals. Super gas for your semifinals. In each 2 lanes, please. Super gas. Each 2 lanes. Derek, 002 on the tree. 597 on a 592. again, I need my Super Gas semifinalist. Super Gas semifinalist to the lanes, please. Beck, DeWitt, and Grant, I need you to the lanes, please. And we are missing one car in Pro ET, and that is Brendan George. He'll bring his car back around after marking his Super Pro ride. And I'm looking for Monica Roberts for the final and sportsman, please. Monica, I need you to the lanes for your final and sportsman, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are packing up and getting ready to head home, we do appreciate you coming out to Gainesville Raceway for our Summit ET Bracket Series. Thank you so much to all of you that came and blessed us with your presence. We appreciate it. We hope to see you back here for our next bracket race in 2 weeks, as we have 2 races in August. Ladies and gentlemen, so Corey just given me the news that we have a small cell of the undesirable possibly tracking our way towards the racetrack. So we don't want to rush anybody, but we definitely want to make sure we get your races in. So if you can cool them and fuel them, and please bring them back to the lanes as soon as possible.
Someone has cut our feed to Facebook. Facebook has, for some reason I do not know, but we will continue live streaming on YouTube until the event is finished. While we've got some downtime, we want to thank our partners, Miracle Automotive and Towing in Stark, Florida, and McClenny. Hey, don't pray for a miracle. Pick up that telephone and call Miracle for all your automotive and towing needs at 904-368-1114. Also, we want to thank On the Spot Lawn Maintenance, full service lawn care for you. Hey, let the red, white, and blue take care of your green. Give David a call at 904-966-1633. And also,
ladies and gentlemen, we're having a good time out here at Gainesville Raceway. We hope that are missing from the lanes. They know who they are. Once again, a big shout out to On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. And a shout out to Mitchell Gunner and Alexa Gatlin as well. We appreciate all of their hard work as Mitchell is still up here manning the cameras. And yeah, he's dying of sweat. Hey, it's cooler up here now than it was this morning. So Mitchell, who made it to the latter round in Sportsman, has graciously bowed out to bring you the entertainment from Gainesville Raceway. Once again, On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. Please go and like their Facebook page. Mitchell has put in a lot of work to bring us every single Summit ET bracket race. Is going to try and get a second camera position on the starting line setup, which they did before the sun abused it and it needed timeout. But they will be working on a separate camera angle for the cooler months, including the 352 shootout that will happen here on October 29th. So once again, if you are packing up to head home, we hope that you drive safely, and we want to see you back here in 2 weeks' time for our 2 August Summit ET Bracket Series events. As we are down to semis in every category and a final round in Sportsman. We need Monica Roberts, we need Brendan George, and we need the Super Gas semifinals to the lanes, please. Monica Roberts, Brendan George, and the Super Gas semifinals. I need you to the lanes, please. By the way, Brendan George in the Mustang, please. I'm sure he knows that, but we need Big Juicy, we need Monica Roberts, and we need the Super Gas semis to the lanes, please, so we can complete this round of competition. gentlemen, semi-final action in Pro ET about to get underway. That will be followed by our final in Sportsman. And then our semifinals in Super Gas. All right, Pro ET drivers, load up, please. Pro ET drivers, load up, please. Pro ET drivers, load up, please. Sportsman, you will follow Pro ET, so go ahead and make your final adjustments, please. Sportsman drivers, your final will follow the semi of Pro ET. Gentlemen, semi-final action coming up here in Ron's Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. This is the non-electronics class. Yeah, you can use a trans brake and a two-step, or you can use your 2 feet or say a clutch pedal. And that's pretty much all you're allowed to do. This is for the driver category. Our first pair out against 2 of the most recent winners here at Gainesville and Pro ET, John Rollins and Dan Young. John Rollins, High Springs, Florida base, 1972 Chevy Nova. He's owned this car for almost a quarter of a century. 434 cubic inches of small block Chevy underneath the hood. He will face Daniel Young, a former IHRA world champion in stock eliminator. This is his former stock eliminator car, now turned bracket car. 1996 Pontiac Firebird small block Chevy for power, 643 dial-in. So Dan Young will lead first on the right side. John Rollins will give chase 29/100ths of a second later. Big John Rollins on the left, Dan Young on the right. We are clean and green and Dan Young in control. Win light. Dan Young, double 1 on the tree, 644.7 on a 643. John Rollins misses it for the first time all day, puts it 300ths under and had no chance at all. Dan Young, 18-pack total. We'll take out Big John Rollins, and Dan Young will go to his second final here at Gainesville this year. The question now is, who will he face, Brendan George or Ryan Norton? gentlemen, so Dan Young into the final round of Pro ET. Question of who will face him about to be decided, as Ryan Norton will face Brendan George. So we have one Chevrolet-powered hot rod going to the final. It will be an all Chevy-powered final. The question is will it be two Chevy products or two GM products or a Ford and a GM? Brendan George, Gainesville, Florida-based 1992 Mustang he calls Big Juicy. 434 cubic inches of Chevy left side, 633. LS1 powered S10 for Ryan Norton right side. He is dialed 664. Both on the way clean and green. The whole shot to Brendan George left side, win light. Left side, double breakout. Ryan Norton breaks it out by 300s. Brendan George breaks it out by 5,000s. 19 tree for Brendan George. 632.5 on a 633. He takes 0006 of stripe to make it a tie. And Ryan Norton breaks out worse because of his reaction time. So Brendan George will face Dan Young in the final round of Pro ET, brought to us by Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom. That will move us to our final round of Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman Eliminator. And we'll put Chris Parisi up against Monica Roberts. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes your final in the Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman Eliminator class. Couple drivers that are no strangers to final rounds. Monica Roberts, left-hand side. Ocala, Florida-based 1995 Camaro. Small block Chevy for power, 1256 her dial-in. She'll get the head start from Chris Parisi, the multi-time Gainesville track champ, multi-time NMRA champion, 2020 model Mustang GT with every sponsor he could find on the side. Dials in the Coyote-powered hot rod at 1193. So Monica Roberts will lead first by 63 hundredths of a second, a little over one light bulb. And then Chris Parisi will give chase in the Coyote-powered Mustang. Clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Monica Roberts on the left, Chris Parisi on the right. Chevy on the left, Ford on the right. Who will get the final win light in Sportsman? Win light going to come on for Chris Parisi. Parisi is 031 on the tree and goes 1196 on 1193. Monica Roberts breaks out going 1253.2 on a 1256. And her reaction time unfortunately did her in. 105 reaction time for Monica Roberts. 031 tree for Chris Parisi. That put Monica in a hole she could not dig out of. But congratulations to both of them making the finals, and Chris Parisi comes out with the victory. That'll move us to the Southeast Supergas Association semi-final round of Supergas. This is the 630 index category. That's the split time based on 9.90 indexes that the NHRA and IHRA use for their national standard and quarter-mile Supergas competition. We have one pair and a single. This will determine who races for the title of Supergas winner. So the man who just went out in the quarterfinals of Super Pro after being doubled will now come in with his final shot. That's Ken Grant on the left-hand side. The Tie Georgia 1973 Nova staging up left-hand side. He will face Jason DeWitt, Bloomingdale, Georgia-based hot rod, 1968 model Camaro. This is a pro-built hot rod sitting in the weeds. Ken Grant's car, on the other hand, based on old school technology. A lot of big block cubic inches for power in both of these hot rods. DeWitt standing on the right, Ken Grant on the left. Only room for one of them in the finals of Super Gas. Who will it be? We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. 5 thousandths of a second separate them. Advantage left side, win like Ken Grant. How about 631.3 on the 630, 17 tree, 30 total. That gave Jason DeWitt 8 thou to get in with, and he crossed by 11 thousandths. He breaks out by the difference, 3 thousandths. Take 11 thou a straight, break it out by 3. So Ken Grant is old school Nova. We'll face this man right here, Mike Beck, out of Guyton, Georgia, in the old school 65 Falcon. So a couple of old school hot rods will decide the title here in Super Gas. Now Mike Beck has a single to the final round, but he can make an easy pass or he can decide to check his tune-up. Let's see what he does right here. And he lets go 022 green. And we'll leg it out the back door and go 628.1 at 119 miles an hour. So ladies and gentlemen, that is your final in Super Gas. Mike Beck against Ken Grant. 73 Nova against 65 Falcon. That's your final round in Super Gas. I now need our finalist in Super Pro. Semi-final action in Super Pro. I have 4 cars remaining. I need you back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 for semi-final action. Super Pro, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. I need you back for semi-final action in Fly-By Trailer Sales Super Pro. I need my finalist in Pro ET. Semi-finalist in Super Pro. I need you back to 1 and 2. I need my finalists in Pro ET to come back after you cool and fuel them. right, ladies and gentlemen, the semifinals in Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro action about to hit. So we have our 4 finalists in the lanes. We're going to get them suited up and get them down to a final, and then we will run our last 2 classes. So Super Pro brought to us by Flying Brian Trailer Sales, and Pro ET brought to us by Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom. Those are our last 2 classes remaining to crown a champion. We have 3 door cars and 1 dragster remaining in Super Pro. The 1 dragster, Brendan George, also the only dragster that was remaining at 7 cars, so he is currently carrying the only extension ladder, as Rodney Fincham would call it. He will face Dallas Berger here in the semifinals. On the other side of the ladder, Derek Vasquez will race Gage Birch. Gentlemen, semi-final action in Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Coming to the water right here. And a little bit of a difference here in your choice of weapon. Big tired, lightweight S10 pickup truck with a big block Chevy, or a small block Ford, small tired stock suspension Mustang. Pick your poison, and here we go. Gage Birch and Derek Vasquez. Derek Vasquez, current defending track champion in the Super Pro class. Right-hand side dials in the big block powered hot rod at 554. He'll give the head start to Gage Birch, the Palmetto Florida-based phenom. He's won pretty much everything, including a $500,000 race up at US 131 in Michigan, the first time they did it on SMG standards. Dials in the small tire hot rod at 634. The difference in dial-ins, 0.8 of a second. Gage Birch will lead first left side. Derek Vasquez will give chase right side. They're staged and ready. We are clean and green, 0.8 of a second, separate them. Advantage Derek Vasquez. Win light, Derek Vasquez. 12 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe. 556 with a 9 on a 554, 10 tree. That's 39 total. Gage Birch is 18 on the tree. 637 with a 3 on a 634. That works out to 51 total. Do the Chase Birch went down, but with a great effort on his side. So we have one door car in the final. Will it be an all-door car final, or will it be door car versus dragster? Brendan George and Dallas Berger, our other semifinal matchup. Georgia representing left-hand side for the 68 Camaro out of Sumner. Dallas Berger's out against 690 on the left-hand side. He's going to get the big head start for Brendan George. The 2009 Mullis chassis dragster he calls Short Bus. Based out of South Florida, lots of cubic inches of big block Chevy, 489 cubic inches of dial-in. That's his dial-in, 489. 690 the dial-in for Dallas Berger. He will lead first left-hand side. Now Brendan George will give chase. And we are clean and green, and Dallas Berger better light. Advantage left side, win light, right side. Dallas Berger breaks it out by 0.005 of a second. 689.5 on a 690. He had the better reaction time, and Brendan George lets him go. 491 on a 489. 038 tree for Brendan George. That time the car bailed him out. Dallas Berger took 47 thousandths of stripe and needed to take 42 or less. So Brendan George will face Derek Vasquez in the final round of Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro action, and Brendan George will be back to face Dan Young in the final round of Rollins Automotive Speed Custom Pro ET. Possibility for a double-up for Brendan George now exists. We had a double winner in Tim Hunt between both bike classes earlier. Will Brendan George do the D between Super Pro and Pro? Stick around and find out. We'll have your final rounds for you here in about 15 minutes. Super gas final. I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super gas final. I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super gas final. Lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro final. Back to lanes 1 and 2 as soon as you're cooled and fueled. Super Pro final. Back to lanes 1 and 2 as soon as you are cooled and fueled and ready to go. gentlemen, first final of 3 that we have ready to go. This will be Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. Dan Young and Brendan George. Not the first time these two have faced each other. Both of them hold NHRA Wallies, as in plural. Both of them have competed in NHRA divisional competition. Dan Young even has a Gator Nationals Superstock Eliminator Wally Trophy in his Camaro Superstocker. This is his Firebird Stalker that he recently converted to a bracket car. It has a different motor in it now than the Stalker motor he used to have. So here we go, Brendan George and Dan Young. The firefighter paramedic on the right-hand side, the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Dan Young, the Lucas Oil-backed 1996 Firebird. Small block Chevy for power, 643 the dial-in. Brendan George, used to call Gainesville and High Springs, Florida home, has since relocated south. The 434 cubic inch small block Chevy powered hot rod, backed by National Parts Depot and Coastal Laser Grading, 92 Mustang, 632 dial in. The difference in the handicap is 11/100ths of a second, and that will swing Dan Young's way. So right side will lead first. Left side will play catch up. Your final round in Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. We are clean and green. Dan Young in control of reaction time. Right hand side advantage, left side. Yes, Brendan George getting the win to Dan Young. 645 on a 643 for Dan Young. 019 on the tree. That will get him a 44 package. Brendan George is 046 on the tree. Takes 17 thousandths to break out 19 thousandths. Dan Young locked it up with his reaction time of 019, and that put Brendan George in a position that he could not dig his way out of. A good final round. Difference is 17 thousandths of stripe, 44 thousandths margin of victory. Dan Young is your winner for the second time here at Gainesville Raceway in Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. Now about your final round in the Super Gas Association Super Gas class. Final. Mike Beck and Ken Grant. Beck in the 1965 Falcon out of Georgia on the right side. Ken Grant out of Ty, Georgia. The big one powered 73 Nova on the Lucas racetrack. This is your final round to determine the biggest winner gets all the money and the trophy. In the Super Gas Final, we are staged and ready. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Ken Grant in control of reaction time. Advantage left side, win late left side. Ken Grant takes the whole shot win. 633 on a 630, double of a 3 on the tree. That's 38 total. Mike Beck is 46 on the tree. That put him mathematically ineligible, and you'll know he went dead on 6. He was 14 thousandths behind. So Ken Grant, who made it all the way to the quarterfinals in Super Pro, locks up the deal in Super Gas. He is your winner. You are our last class. Super Pro finalists. Super Pro finalists, my last class. I need you back, please. Derek Vasquez and Brendan George for the final round in Super Pro. I need you back to the lanes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, so 2 out of our 3 finalists have been crowned. Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET winner, Daniel Young. Southeast Super Gas Association winner, Ken Grant. That only leaves Flying Burn and Trailer Sales Super Pro. So we have Derek Vasquez against Brendan George. That's your final for Super Pro. That is our last race to contest. Ken Grant, we need you to the winner's circle, please, for presentation. Ken Grant, need you and your car to the winner's circle for check presentation. Ken Grant, I need you to the winner's circle for check presentation, please. Brendan George and Short Bus, I need you back to the lanes, please. Let's get this one in. Brendan, bring yourself back to the Super Pro lanes. Let's get this last race in, please.
I want to apologize for the interruption that we had earlier with our live stream to Facebook. So I actually started bringing it from my phone onto our On the Spot Motorsports page. We are still live streaming on YouTube as well. And this is the last final coming up here of the day.
Once again, Ken Grant, when you get a second, I need you for trophy and check presentations in the winner's circle, please. Ken Grant, come on back for trophy and winner's circle presentations.
It's a done deal, I do believe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the rain is coming, unfortunately, so we advise you put away your race cars. The rain is coming, so we advise you put away your race cars.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to the rain, the last final of the race will not be ran today. So we want to thank everyone who jumped on board and watched On the Spot Motorsports here from Gainesville Raceway. We will be back here in a couple of weeks, live streaming the next event. We want to again thank our partners that all make it happen real fast as we head out. Just real quick, Miracle Automotive and Towing and Stark, On the Spot Lawn Maintenance, and also Harry Business. So that is a wrap for us this evening. Don't forget, me and Alexa, we have our podcast now moved to Thursday nights. We wanted to move it off of Wednesday nights due to a lot of people go to church. So please follow us and check us out. Until next time, take care.